Chair Russell, we are streaming.
Great, thank you very much, Ian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second half of the Budget Committee meeting that started on Wednesday, January 18th. My name is Paul Russell, and I represent Lower Sackville. It is 9:35, and I'd like to call this meeting back to order. I'd also like to acknowledge that that the Halifax Regional Municipality is in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional and unceded lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. Now, this is our first time being back in a virtual meeting in quite some time. So as we do at the beginning of each of these virtual meetings, I'm going to run through the roll and just make sure that everybody's audio and video are working. So as I call your name, please just unmute your mic, turn on your camera, and bid us good morning. So let's start with District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Hensby, District 2. Good morning.
It's a very good morning. Bruins win again.
It's snowing. It's a good morning. Yes. Councillor Kent, District 3. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning. Councillor Purdy will not be with us for the morning. Deputy Mayor Austin, District 5. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here and ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Mancini, are you with us? Councillor Mason, District 7, are you with us? Councillor Smith, District 8, good morning.
Good morning. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Cleary, District 9, are you with us? Councillor Morris, District 10, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and everyone on the call this morning. As you can see, it's still summer here in District 10.
Absolutely. Councillor Cuddle, District 11, good morning and welcome back.
Thank you. I just got spontaneously booted out there. So fingers crossed this all goes smoothly.
Absolutely. Thank you. District 12, Councillor Stoddard, good morning.
Good morning, colleagues and everyone watching at home. It is picking up snow-wise out here in Timberley.
It is all around. Thank you. District 13, Councillor Lovelace, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Coming to you live from Uptown, Hammonds Plains this morning.
There we go. Thank you. District 14, Councillor Blackburn, good morning.
Hi there. Hello, and happy Friday, one and all.
Yeah. And District 16, Councillor Outhick, good morning.
I am here and the camera is now working, so thank you to Michael and good morning to all.
Good stuff. Your camera is working. We can see you.
I'm sorry about that.
Yes, so are we. Thank you. Let's jump back to District 6, Councillor Mancini. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. And District 7, Councillor Mason. Good morning.
Check 1, 2 on the mic.
There we are. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Cleary, District 9. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and colleagues and staff.
Good morning. We also have staff members with us. Kathy O'Toole, our CAO. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Jerry Blackwood, our CFO. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council.
There we are. And John Traves, our Chief Legal Officer. Good morning. John, you are muted. And we can't hear you.
Let me try that. I can hear you.
That's the best he's sounded in a long time.
You. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but it's very faint.
I'll work on it.
hopefully that will be corrected as we move ahead. Well, thank you everybody for the AV check. We do have a presentation by our CFO if members of council are interested in seeing it. It's a fairly short presentation just to refocus us. I'm seeing thumbs up. Jerry, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry Blackwood, CFO. If I could ask the clerk's office to put the deck up, please. Thank you very much. So just got a couple of slides here to go through, just take a couple of minutes. Just wanted to clear up a few things that came up on our debate on Wednesday, and just some additional information as well. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to, show what is driving the increase here, as we brought to council back in November, right? So we had we have an overall 8% increase. So that was with respect to funding a level of revenue needed to cover incremental expenditures, as well as some revenue reductions, right? So you can see those there, right? So reduction in deed transfer tax. We had to cover off some one-time funding that we put into the budget last year to manage the tax rate. Increasing fuel cost. As we've said, our compensation increase is almost 3%. And the increase based on the cap from operating guidelines council set last year, we had a 1.1% increase to the rate to fund those, as well as we had to right size our permitting revenue. So just wanted to kind of bring everybody back to that and just sort of ground around where we are on the tax increase. Next slide, please. So we put this to council on November 25th in our budget direction. And it was a council motion that we come back with a 4% tax increase and have sustainable proposals. So to get to from 8% to 4%, we needed to find $25.1 million of reductions or changes to meet the 4%. So currently, Budget Committee approved a one-year $8 million reduction in the paving or road recap budget that was predicated on Councillor Austin's motion, the Deputy Mayor. We did pick up on the assessment role some growth that we didn't have built into our projections, so a little under $2 million. So after these changes, we still have $15.3 million of reductions to get to a 4% increase overall. So just want to be mindful, to council of that. Next slide, please. So just wanted to talk a little bit about capital and operating budgets. So today we're here on debate on the capital budget. So the best way to look at this is a capital budget is Bill's assets. It is your investment in infrastructure. The operating budget runs the assets, so to speak, right? But the operating budget also funds a capital budget, right? So we've talked a lot about capital from operating. So capital from operating is an expense in the operating budget, but it's a funding source in the capital budget. So that is funding that we raise through the general rate to fund our ongoing capital plan, right? The operating budget also pays for debt and interest costs created by the capital budget. So the debt payments that we take on capital are funded from the general rate as well. So as items are added to the capital budget, right, we will either need to increase capital from operating, or we will need to take on more debt and interest payments as as debt is taken to fund projects. So again, just be mindful as we're adding things in. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to flash this up here. This is a slide from Crystal's presentation on Wednesday. So if you look at this slide, it has asset category and then it has source of funds. So if you look at 23-24, I have it highlighted there. Our capital from operating amount that's funding the capital budget is $63.5 million. Okay, so the briefing notes that have been put forward and the alternatives that have been in the report for capital reductions essentially will reduce that number. They are all funded from capital from operating. And just want to also be mindful that none of those projects are going to be cut. They're more like deferrals and being pushed out or being cash flowed over a different time frame. So if you approve these briefing notes, some of the projects, they're not all like cutting the projects. It's a lot of it is moving it out to other years. Next slide, please. Just something that came up on the climate action tax on Wednesday. I just want to be clear. The climate action tax was an increase to the tax bill last year. It is not an increase to the increase in taxes as proposed by staff. Okay, it was an established rate last year. It does not contribute to the 8% increase proposed by staff. So I just want to be clear on that. Next slide, please. So today's agenda, I think we're going to be starting off with resuming the debate on the proposed capital reductions. Just want to point out there's a change to alternative 3 that Ian will take you through. Just wanted to clarify the alternative with what was in the briefing note to the motion in the report. And then hopefully we will get back to on the main motion and certainly encourage the debate on the big dollar projects. As Crystal pointed out, there's about $1.6 million of major projects in the future. They will require quite a bit of debt. So decisions that you make today can certainly impact on how we fund projects going into the future. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Russell. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Jerry. We do have, just as a reminder for council, we do have the motions already on the floor. A few members of council have requested the ability to ask questions of clarification of Jerry's presentation. So we'll go ahead with those now, and then we'll be back on motion on the third motion as it was on Wednesday. So go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, Jerry, I wonder if you could just bring up that slide again, or the clerk's office could bring up the slide again. Your very first one that have the percentage pressures on budget.
If the clerk's office could bring that up, please.
And while it's coming up, as I recall, I was trying to write it down. I should have took a screenshot. There we go. So as I look at this was when you guys came and said, look, you know, in order to just keep doing what you're doing and all the stuff you want to do, it's 8% this year. If we look at just the increasing fuel compensation and increase on the capital from operating funds for roads, because we've taken on a lot of new roads, we can't give those back to the province. We can't say to staff, yeah, I know arbitrators and collective agreements have said you get this, so we can't cut those. And increasing fuel, unless we either stop driving or start making biodiesel ourselves from leftover fry grease, I'm calculating that that's 5.4%, correct? Just those things that we don't control. We don't control fuel cost compensation or operating funds for roads. Am I correct in that that's 5.4%?
That's correct, Counselor.
Okay. So I guess my question of clarification is this: when we said to you guys at our council meeting, go and look for options to get us to 4 instead of 8, would it have been helpful then to say, well, look, the stuff you can't control is 5.4%?
Yeah, I mean, there's some value in what you said. I guess what staff have done in terms of the direction to get to 4% is to look at, we're certainly there's compensation in terms of looking at vacant positions. There's also, but it's mostly with respect to cuts to programs and services, right? And as I said the other day, a lot of what you're going to see next week, and I mean the report will be public today, and I think it's been sent to you in your package. There'll be, I would think, it's fair to say, very unpopular cuts, right? So,
And I don't want to take up any more time. I mean, you answered my question. So essentially, if we want to get to 4, there has to be cuts.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini, on your question of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jerry. Same slide I wanted to ask about. Could you explain the decrease in permit revenue by 0.8%?
Yeah. So, I'll own that one. That one, certainly isn't on Kelly and team. Last year, when we came forward with the budget, as we kind of branded last year's budget as our post-COVID recovery budget. So we were trying to push revenues back up around transit and permitting, and we were very aggressive with the permitting revenue piece. This decrease is to basically right size permitting revenue based on current trend.
So when you're saying decrease in permit revenue, you're not saying that we have less permits coming in. That's not what you're talking about here. Is that correct?
I think I'm talking from a revenue point of view. I think the trend on permits was the trajectory was going up. I think the permitting is leveled out more. So, that's what we're doing basically, is right sizing the budget. And if Kelly wanted to jump in and provide any context on that, she can.
I just think when people see that, many will say, well, what do you mean we have a decrease in permitting? I see a record number of cranes and construction, and community council meetings are full of conversations around development agreements. How can there be a decrease in permitting? That's all I'm stating, Jerry. So I just want to understand when you said the 0.8% decrease. So good. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks for this brief little presentation. I think it does help put things back in context. My question is about the debt for capital from operating. And so I see that this year is actually a decrease to 63. I think it was from 65 to 63 million. And I'm just wondering if that 63 million, is that based on a 4% budget or an 8% budget?
That's based on the 8% budget, right? So everything right now in terms of our budget is we are still, at an 8%, right? What is coming forward in terms of proposed reductions is options that council will have to consider and provide either approval or not to on the reductions, right? So what's coming forward to council is reductions that you can approve to get to 4%. They haven't been built in.
Okay, and then the other slide you had looked at I think it was the same slide that looked at the capital from operating, or yeah, the debt for capital from operating goes next year up to 80 something. I don't know if you could pull that slide up again. There's a big jump up, and I'm just wondering, and you know, what does that, if the 63 is based on 8%, what is that 86 million, like what does that look like in terms of tax rate?
So if I could ask the clerk's office just to put that slide back up, please. Slide 4. Okay, so if you look at that, if you recall last year, what we put to council, and again, it was predicated on the road recap report that Public Works brought forward last fall, and that required extra money to go into the road network in terms of state of good repair to get to a percentage on the PCI index. This year, what we've done is we have that 63.5 million was reduced by, I think we took out, there was some money there for the sidewalk program per Councillor Morse asked last year, as well as the Councillor Austin's motion, right? So when you go from 63 to 87 to get back to our targets on capital from operating, that's about, you know, if I'm doing the math right, $14 million. That is, that's like probably a little over 2% of a tax increase for next year.
Okay, thanks. And so, I mean, I'm just looking from 2021 at 20 million to 110 million. I mean, that's a huge jump. And I'm just, maybe at another point, we can have a briefing note on how many of those costs are committed and fixed, and how much have flexibility, because it's just, it's a huge.
Yeah, if I could clarify that,
years.
2021, council approved capital from operating to be cut. That was staff proposed that. That was the COVID budget. So capital from operating was cut. Then 21, 22, 22, 23, as we started to come out of the pandemic, we started to get back funding up the capital plan. With respect to commitments, this funding is committed to projects, right? So if you look at in your capital book, all the projects have what we call sub-sheets, supplementary sheets. You will see the funding sources in there. So you will see the breakdown of whether projects funded from capital from operating, debt, or reserves, right? So that 63.5 million has been committed to the projects in this capital plan.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle. CAO, you raised your hand, or you asked to speak, so go ahead.
Thank you. Following on Councillor Cuddle's question and Jerry's response, I just wanted to clarify that we need to find $15.3 million at this point in time to get to the 4% direction from council. Some of that can come from capital, some of that will come from operating. So whatever we're able to find on the capital side is of huge assistance to maintaining the services on the operating side. And as Jerry mentioned, you will see the list of possible reductions on the operating side, and we'll be fleshing those out further when business units come forward individually to present their operating budgets.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kathy, for that clarification. We had a question about, from Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hensby, go ahead.
Thank you. Jerry, can you reaffirm, based on the budget, what the projections were again for the assessment lift we anticipated? You know, we got the assessment roll just the last week, whatever, and we had a projection in our budget before we got this data. So I'd like to know how close was our guesstimate in regards to the budget process. Can you please confirm that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And like I said, we do, before we get the assessment roll, we do some modeling and forecasting. We said back in November, we use an econometric forecast that CanMac Economics helps us out with every year. So we were off by $1.8 million, right? And that's what we had in new growth. So if you divide 1.8 million by $1 billion budget, that's a pretty good projection that we made. We're probably, I don't know, 0.02% off. So not material at all. And just want to commend staff on a great job they did forecasting that out.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry. Thank you, David. Thank you for those points of clarification. We are moving back to the motions that were on page 9 of the staff report. And the motion that is currently on the floor, moved by Councillor Clary, seconded by Councillor Mancini, is that the Budget Committee include a reduction of $3 million for one-time deferral to CR 200007 Regional Center AAA Bikeways as outlined in briefing note BN 003. Ian, I see that you have popped up. Go ahead.
Sure. Also, we are aware that there was an error in that motion, and we've been provided some revised wording that was in the presentation. I can share my screen and show that what it is, but I believe the request is to have an amendment to revise this wording.
Go ahead.
You should be seeing my screen.
We can see a Word document with that text. Councillor Clary, would you like to go ahead and see about that amendment? Councillor Clary?
Yeah, just had to move the little box off my my microphone icon. Okay.
Just for your information, your camera is off. Would you mind turning it on?
There you go.
Thank you very much.
You guys were all covering my video button too. So this one for me is an easy one. I don't support this one. So, you know, in spite of putting the 11 on the floor, and I think we need to debate all of them, not in detail, obviously, but this one is easy for me for several reasons. One, this is a huge commitment that we've made in the integrated mobility plan. Without this, we can't meet our mode shift targets. We can't meet our environmental targets. Also, the longer we push out our infrastructure that is funded, and I forget the exact pennies, but I think these are 17-cent dollars, if I recall, because we're using federal and provincial money to build out the AAA bike network in the urban core, which is what the feds gave us money for. And so the further we push that out, then we risk not getting that money applied to those projects. So instead of 17-cent dollars, these may become dollars. And I would rather spend the smaller amount now than push it out and risk spending a large amount when there's no benefit to doing that. So anyway, this one for me is a huge no. I can't support a cut here, or not even a cut. This is a deferral, and we need the network done. And for suburban rural councillors, I've heard you loud and clear about, focusing on the urban core, but this was step one. We can't get to step two, which is the suburban and rural connectors to the urban core, if we don't do the urban core first. So if we want the Herring Cove Road project, the functional plan with the bike lanes, the active transportation path, or the multi-use path, the bus lanes, we don't get to that until after this. So the longer we push this out, the longer we're pushing all of those projects out, and we need to get these done as soon as possible and connect the entire municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so my main question is just on, and I think the motion kind of clarifies this is a 2024. And so my question is, why is this one kind of even on the list if it doesn't provide us with any money on the tax rate this year at all?
Jerry or someone from finance, can we get a response to that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought Brad might be taking that question, but with respect to that, again, that is a deferral. It pushes the project out. It will be a tax decrease. I think those projects are they're funded from operating, so we would get a decrease in the current year, but it would be pushing it out to further years.
But how do we get a decrease this year if the actual cut here is not on this year's budget, it's in next year's?
It's a year. Oh, sorry. That one is a cut for year two. So if going back to the motion that was put, Councillor Mason had a friendly amendment to that motion that asked for basically for sustainable cuts. So some cuts happen in year two. So if you're looking at like, this is a bit of the art and science piece of this exercise, is that, for example, the motion that you put out to cut road recap by $8 million, that's a one-time cut. It's not sustainable. We need to have other cuts in year two, reductions, to make up for that, because based on your motion, that $8 million, we build that back in again next year. That's like a 1% increase on the rate. So it's all about trying to get some type of sustainability around the level of taxation.
So for me as a planner, what you just said makes it a very clear absolutely no, because I can't support let's spend more money on roads at the expense of AT, given how tiny chunk of the overall budget we actually spend on active transportation in comparison to roads. So that one is not going to fly for me at all. And I guess what I would just emphasize for colleagues then is that, whether or not we vote for this one or not, this one in this year, right? Keeping in mind, we wanted to look things sustainably, but in this year's budget, this doesn't make one bit of difference to that, to whether we're 8% or 4%, because the savings are next year if we were to do this.
Yeah. I mean, one way you can look at it as well with some of these reductions too is, in terms of how the cash flow works, and I certainly mean this respectfully, but is the way the project is funded now and cash flowed now, is that spend going to occur, right? Is the work going to get completed in that time frame? And I mean that respectfully. And the project managers, and this is all about supply chain, labor markets, construction, right? So there could be, it's possible that money may not get spent out based on, capacity to deliver all these projects, right? So that could be a question as well.
Yeah, that's one of my questions for when Brad's group comes forward. I mean, on the budget for this has been a very sore point in the community because you know we had to adjust our timelines. There's many people who are frustrated with how long this thing is taking to get done. I mean, my thing, well, I'm not looking to delay this. I've been more looking when Brad's group comes forward with questions about how can we actually shave some of the out years done to get this important project done, you know, sooner than we were projecting, not to cause further delay to it. You know, we had the mayor, we're going to be a cycling city come hell or high water comments, and you know, it's been a hard one to deliver on, and you know, there's a lot of expectation on it, and so further delaying of this one, I think, would be it would send very much the wrong message. Thank you.
Yeah, and if if I could just add for some context, so you know, in our capital framework that came forward in November, right, or December, just before Christmas, I think the projection on our carry forward was about, you know, I think it was $225 or $250 million, right? With some of these capital reductions that are put forward, they may likely be in that carry forward bucket coming forward next year. So it's about, are we going to be able to do the work if it's going to be an actual reduction, right? So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. So, you know, I'm not going to support this. Big surprise, I'm not supporting much of this. You know, as I'm going through the notes, one thing I want to remind council is we've already, you know, with respect, Jerry, we already had Transportation Standing Committee and the council be made aware of the restaging of when the AAA bike network is going to be built because of those capacity issues. So we've already gone to the public and said 2026 for most of it, 2028 for all of it. So we've already delayed it. So that'll be one of my questions, and I want someone to come forward is, so this is a further delay beyond the delay we've already told the public and disappointed the public with, and that needs to be perfectly clear. You know, we promised the public and the feds that we do this in 5 years in the integrated mobility plan. Then we got the money, and it was, you know, basically 2 construction seasons later when we got the money from the feds. We're now talking about delaying this almost the length of the project further out, making this a 10-year project to get it done. And, you know, I think Councillor Cleary started to talk about why this was important in the integrated mobility plan. Now, the integrated mobility plan, as we said last time we debated this, had over 100 recommendations in it. And some of them, you know, they're rural, suburban, and urban, and some of them are already done. The one that I want to highlight is, for example, the top 2 for pedestrian safety and bike safety were Herring Cove Road 500 block and Dutch Village Road. And Dutch Village Road, as we know, is still in that planning process and should hit the ground next, you know, as based on what Brad just said in budget, should be ready to go hopefully in one season, next construction season, not the coming one, but the one after. And I voted enthusiastically for the Herring Cove Road bike lanes and sidewalks on both sides in that block in front of the convenience store, because that was dangerous and people kept getting hit. So it's more than just downtown. But why was downtown important? Why was the AAA important in the regional center for both Dartmouth and Halifax? Because what we hear from people who cycle from your suburban districts is that if there is a paved bike lane or a protected lane or a quiet street they can get to where they're going, but then we dump them into some of the busiest traffic in Halifax, on the peninsula, or in the center of Dartmouth, then it's no longer safe and they don't want to bike there. So what we've heard over and over again, and I want to emphasize the 2021 StatsCan data is out, and where do people bike? 2.5 to 7.5% of the population biking to work. BLT, up there in Fairview. I'm looking at a map, so forgive me as I try to remember all the names. Cowie Hill, around Shearwater, up in Spryfield, North Dartmouth, a little patch amazingly around the high school in Cole Harbour. You know, where do they not bike to work? Most of my district, they don't bike because they walk, right? Like, it's actually all around 0 to 1%. So who benefits from this? It's people outside of those areas who are coming in and need that support. So I think delaying it defeats our regional plan goal, which is to increase mode shift out of cars. It's our number one goal is to prioritize things over single occupant vehicles. This is a key part of that, and our green goals and our integrated mobility goals. So my questions are: tell me, of this $8 million, if it's this year, next year, and the year after, doesn't that push out the federal contribution money too? Aren't we getting farther and farther away from doing what we said to the feds, just like we're late on Windsor Street Exchange? Why would the feds believe we can deliver anything in 5 years in the future if we keep pushing this farther and farther out? I don't understand that. And then the second thing is, what is this, as I said, what does this do to the timeline, since we already restated it based on what we know our real capacity is? Thank you.
Hoping everyone can hear me. Brad Anguish, Executive Director of Public Works. Thank you very much for the question.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so first things first, no, you'll see why it does not start in this fiscal year is because we are protecting the federal spend. So that's why you're seeing a very large expenditure in 24-25 of $17 million that we only dropped to 14.8, because at that point, we've expended all that money. So we've done what we needed to do to protect the external funding. From that point on in the project, it is now all HRM funded unless we get more funding from other levels of government. So that piece was fully taken into consideration. Second piece here is, I just want to make sure that my staff or I are not perceived as tone deaf. We have been told very clearly this is a priority. We did reprofile this project as stated by Councillor Mason. We did go to Transportation Standing Committee and to Regional Council to fall on our sword on the timing of this project. It has been overstated in our ability to get it done within a time frame. That's a fact. We have reprofiled the project. We've tried to estimate all of the real estate considerations that are involved in this project, which are many, and all of the adjacent development to this project, which are many, and reprofile it. So we still feel that 28 is achievable. We were clearly directed by the CAO to put every single option on the table. And as Jerry stated earlier, this is considered one of those sustainability type options, because you'll see the next one that we're going to may talk about is the traffic calming. You'll see it's a one-time hit of a 1 year hit of 500,000. So that's, again, not sustainable. So where we were directed to put all options on the table, capital from operating funding, of which Public Works has limited projects to choose from in that portfolio, this was the only option we could come up with as a potential way to help. And so that's why it's before you. The net of this is that it just flattens out the curve a little bit on the expenditure, in that instead of completing in 28, we'd complete in 30. And by doing so, you save you defer approximately $9 million of work over the period from 24-25 to 26-27. Hopefully that was clear.
Okay. I think so. Thank you very much, Brad. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Let's move on to Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much. I believe Mr. Anguish just answered the questions I was wondering about, was the federal and any other provincial monies that were associated with this project. As long as none of that's jeopardized, then I'll be prepared to delay the implementation, as long as we don't lose any federal or provincial dollars. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this. I think the delays are just unacceptable. We're losing the investment in a way that we've already made on the peninsula by delaying these other connection pieces. We're getting to the point where we're able to start connecting up the bikeway in a more significant way. And so I feel like we have a sunk cost in this, and we're losing the value of that every year that we delay. So I can't support this. The question I have, and maybe it's something that needs to be covered later on in the budget discussion, but I would like to understand better if there are any simpler, less expensive ways to provide safety for people in bike lanes, such as cement barriers that would get the lanes up and running quicker at less expense, get more people using them, but might not be the full bike lane, segregated bike or separated bike lanes that we would like to see perfectly installed in every street. So are we doing this the most cost-effective and efficient and quickest way? Thank you.
Sorry, were you seeking an answer right now, or I heard later? So I.
If you can give an overview answer and perhaps a more detailed answer later on, please.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll expand on this when I present my operating budget on February 14th, because as you know, a large part of what my operating budget does is give you the team that delivers on the capital. So I will expand on this. But what I can say is, yes, we are in the midst of a significant number of kilometers, can't remember how many, of tactical installations. We had hoped to get much of it up and running this season. Some of it's going to carry over, a fair bit of it's going to carry over to next season. But we are well on our way to understanding that desire from the community and looking at every opportunity. Again, one of the challenges we have is our hands are a little bit tied right now because we need to get we need to stick somewhat to the scope. Well, no, we need to stick exactly to the scope of the provincial and federal funding to make sure we get all those funds used.
Right.
Flexibility starts to grow for us a little more once we've got those funds. I know it sounds terrible, but once that scope is behind us, our flexibility grows in how we tackle this. So the short answer to all of that is yes, we are looking at all potential tactical implementations to get the network stood up sooner. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Morse. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say, like, this is a really great conversation. You know, this is the kind of conversation around the stuff that we need to have more of as a council. I know these conversations are happening in the active Transportation Advisory Committee. Some of them are happening in Transportation Standing Committee. But I think as a whole, there's a lot to be considered here about where we invest in bikeways. So, you know, it is to Councillor Mason's points, you know, getting those bike lanes in on Herring Cove Road, that was fantastic for a few blocks. But there's no sidewalks before, and the sidewalks after are disjointed, incomplete, and not continuous. So, you know, in order to make those bike lanes and sidewalks work, you know, we also need to look at investing in the sidewalks. And we've just cut the sidewalk budget. You know, sometimes I think, you know, we look at all these individual pieces and they all sound great on their own, but we really don't get the fuller picture or the fuller scope of what is happening. So my couple of questions here, and you know, to Councillor Morris's, you know, question about, is there a way of reevaluating what we do and how we do it? You know, this is an ironic analogy, but, you know, can we look at having the compact car of bike lanes versus the SUV of bike lanes? You know, how can we make things more efficient and effective and stretch further? Because we know that that there's lots of work to do connecting those pieces that already exist outside of the regional center. You know, and I think it's important to look at where people bike. You know, what are their destinations and how can we increase that? You know, I look at the downtown, we have Hollis Street, we have Brunswick Street, we have the one up on the west side of the Commons. You know, we have a lot of connectors, and, you know, what are the key pieces that need to be done? We just approved the first stage in a $10 million bike lane for 3 blocks on Brunswick Street that incorporates streetscaping without even looking at what the streetscaping plan is or how else that can be done at a lesser cost. What I understand from what we've just heard is that delays are inevitable. So while I appreciate what Councillor Morris said about, we can't delay, we have to move forward, what I heard from Brad is that we actually don't have the capacity to meet those targets, that that this is shifting based on a realistic plan of implementation. If I got that wrong, Brad, please correct me. And the other piece is when we talk about 17-cent dollars, really, what is that in real terms? So we see the number on the budget. If those numbers aren't dollar for dollar numbers, what are the 17-cent dollars? And where does that revenue get recognized, and how does it affect the tax rate? Because what we see now is just, these kind of large, $3 million. If that's not $3 million, where and how does that get recognized in this discussion and debate around budgeting?
Okay, thank you for your question. So quickly, on the capacity issue, apologize if I confused you. No, the numbers we have put at 2028, i.e. Trying to wrap the AAA bike network by 2028, which is a reprofiled set of numbers, and that is before this option extends it, if you were to approve it. So this option is about just adding 2 years. That's about changing the way you finance the project to help with your tax rate. That's what that's about. Right now, based on what we know today, we believe we can get that project done by 2028. That is significantly longer than the original promise by staff. I won't go, not promise, estimate by staff. And so that's why, you're hearing me say it's been a tough one. Okay. On the cost sharing, when you look at your budget book, you'll see gross and net costs. So this money that you would be moving to the right under this option is your money, not somebody else's money. It's true 3 million. There's nothing in that. Okay. And so when you approve your budget, you're approving your money. We've already netted off the federal and provincial contributions. Hopefully that made sense.
It did. It'd be good to know what the overall cost of those projects is, but thank you. My time is up.
Go ahead, Jerry. Thank you for jumping in.
Yeah, thank you. And just, just with respect to how the tax rate piece or the tax increase, right? So, what some of these capital reductions that are coming forward, right? Is there deferral of the actual work and the delivery of the work? The impact to the tax rate is, and I think Brad said it really well, like the projects are reprofiled based on a timeline. So basically what council wouldn't be doing is they wouldn't be taxing this year for capital from operating that would not get spent, right? So that's the impact to the overall tax increase, is that we're making an adjustment based on the new profile of the project, and there could be a reduction in the amount of capital from operating that we would tax the public on that would not get spent. I think that's a simple way to kind of clarify it. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jerry. Go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll keep this short because Brad and Jerry have answered some of my questions already. But to me, this is one of the ones where I put my regional councillor hat on instead of my Bedford Wentworth hat, and it's interesting because I don't know if the councillors on the peninsula and a lot of the advocates know how much abuse some of us take who don't represent those areas for this topic. It's in the grocery store, it's on the phone calls, it's on the radio shows, et cetera, et cetera. However, I have stated firmly, and I'll stick to this, that this is something that we're building for safety and for tomorrow. I am worried, as others have mentioned, about pushing out the federal time lines. I like 17-cent dollars. I think safety and the IMP are extremely important. So I won't be supporting this, and I'm doing it for the big picture regional approach, safety approach, and building for our children and our grandchildren. The one exception is that I would like to see us come up with something a little different, a little less expensive for the flyover, and I know we're working on that. But things like this for 17 dollars, a safety issue. Wait till we see the sticker shock of when the fire station comes back here. Well, that's also a safety issue, and we're going to have to do something about that. But in a case like this, I'm going to strongly support this, even though it's something that probably not very popular in my district, misunderstood, and probably not used all that often initially, maybe down the road when it's connected for people in my district. But this is a good one. We'll stay the course, and I will not be able to support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outfit. Go ahead, Councillor Mason, for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to help answer the question of how are we going to connect all the disparate parts of the AAA network, the answer is the AAA network. What that was is it was a boil down of the active transportation master plan for the entire region of all the different bike lanes we aspire to, which will probably take 50 years to build, down to what the Halifax Cycle Coalition called the minimum grid, right? So this is the way to get a couple of east-west and a couple of north-south connectors and through the downtown and make it safe. I want to say, though, that I think the second most exciting thing for active transportation in HRM was the discussion about how to connect First Lake and all the trails in Sackville under the highway to the existing trails in Bedford that go all the way down to the old Moyers plant and the Cove. And why that's exciting is because we already have the functional plan that's being worked on for the Bedford Highway, and we already have the functional plan that's being worked on, the big federally funded plan for Windsor Street Exchange, and we have a commitment to make probably two different connections through the Africville site, one down off the hill, and eventually the width is there on Barrington Street to extend the bike lane from Devonshire all the way through Africville to Windsor Street Exchange. The goal of this isn't to make it so my neighborhood has more bike lanes. The goal of this is to make it so a family can safely bike from the farmers market in the port to First Lake, right? That's safe, that's done. And we're all building toward that. That's why many of us have been supporting all of these things like the Herring Cove and Bedford and Portland Street functional plans. Those are critical to making the AAA network successful, is to have those feed in. So I hope we don't delay this, because I think all of our residents benefit from it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Mason just inspired me on that list of how it's not just the regional center network, it's the connecting network that we're building. And the one in Dartmouth that he missed is the Shearwater Flyer piece, which has been I think we're mid-project stream at this point, Councillor Kent and I on that. And when that comes forward, suddenly we're going to have that whole Eastern Shore trail network connecting into the rest of this network that we're building. So, the connecting pieces, the spines are there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. We don't have any further speakers for this motion. Are we ready for the question?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I don't think the motion was ever put on the floor or seconded.
The motion, all 11 motions were put on the floor on Wednesday by Councillor Cleary, and I hate to say, Councillor Mancini, you seconded all of them. We are just moving.
So we're not doing them one at a time and have that conversation, and I don't mind second. I stand by seconding that. So we're just going by that one read of all the motions from Wednesday. That's how we're going to proceed.
Yes, that's correct.
Because it was called the separate is what happened. So now they're all separate, but they're still moved in second by the same people.
Okay. No, thanks for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. And in response to another question, no, this was not amended. This is the original motion that is in the report, that the Budget Committee include a reduction of $3 million for one-time deferral of CR 200007 Regional Center AAA Bikeways, as outlined in briefing note BN003. Councillor Mason, go ahead.
Ian, can you flash up the amendment so that I can make it so we're voting on the right thing? Oh, that's so small. How do I fix that? Okay, there we go. So I'd like to amend the motion so that it reads that the budget committee include deferrals to CR 200007 Regional Center AAA bikeways, beginning with reductions of 3 million in 2024-25, 2.1 million in 25-26, and 3.8 million in 26-27. I so move the amendment. I guess, is it friendly to Sean and Tony?
My read on that is that it changes motion because it is moving that $3 million from this fiscal year to the next fiscal year, but I'll leave that to other people to have an opinion on.
Can we get a read from legal or the clerk if this can be friendly or if we have to actually vote on it?
Where these are all amendments to the main motion, you know, realistically, you should vote on every one. They're not,
Okay.
You can't make amendments to amendments, as you know.
So mote it be. So in that case, I'm in the bizarre position that my strong desire to do things well procedurally means I'm going to vote for the friggin' amendment and then encourage you still to all vote against the amended motion. But I mean, if it passes by accident and against everything that is right and proper in this world, it should at least be the right motion, not the one with the error. So I really want to emphasize that to any of the bike advocates or citizens who voted for me to build bike lanes. I'm not voting to cut it. I'm just voting for the procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. I did not see a seconder for this motion for the amendment.
Mancini will second it.
Thank you, Mancini.
Like, surely.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Surely, like, I mean, if we have literally the wrong motion on the floor, like, surely there's a proper way to correct that without like leaving it to chance of us voting on things. Like, because I just vote for neither of them.
Sure, I think that's a good point, and where this is a correction, and if it is considered friendly by the mover and the seconder, I would suggest that unless there's an objection, that we just make that correction and move forward.
Mr. Chair, as the mover, so with the clerk's correction, I'm fine with that being friendly because it's correcting. The intent has always been of the motion to delay this. If you vote for the delay, whether it's the correct procedure or not, you're still voting to push bike lanes out. And so the clerk is giving clarification. It's friendly. You know, let's just go with the spirit of what the motion was in the first place. Which, by the way, I'm still voting against.
Okay. Okay, let's consider this friendly, and let's proceed with the motion as it was presented in the presentation this morning. Okay. We don't have any further speakers in the list. Ian, are we good to go through the roll for the vote?
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Voting against.
5, Deputy Mayor Austin.
Voting against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
Against.
9, Councillor Clary.
Nay.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Nay.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting against the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
And 16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting no.
Chair Russell, that vote has failed.
Thank you very much, Ian, for that. So we are now on to the fourth motion in the list in the report from, I think it was January 18th. And that is that the Budget Committee include a reduction of $500,000 for one-time deferral of CT 190006 road safety improvement as outlined in briefing note BN004. Moved by Councillor Cleary, seconded by Councillor Mancini. We don't have any speakers in the list at this point. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Just, I mean, this is one that, you know, in general, I'm against, just because, you know, I think we need to prioritize road safety. But Mr. Anguish did comment on this one a little earlier. So I wonder if he could just come back and just clarify kind of, you know, what the impact would be for this $500,000 in deferral and the capacity. And is this, you know, I know he was tasked with bringing everything forward that could possibly be cut, but, you know, in my mind, I'm not sure this is one we want to defer.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. It's clear I've been heard. Don't shoot the messenger. So the way this one works is of the $5.5 million that's allocated, that was in the budget for this year's program, as laid out in the briefing note, $3 million from debt, $2 million from gas tax reserves, and $500,000 was cap from op. So because we're focused on cap from op, that's what we put forward as an option. Within that road safety budget, there's $3 million worth of traffic calming, call them humps and bumps and bump outs. And so basically what we said is, well, you know, we could approach council with an option of dropping it to $2.5 million worth of traffic calming, which has the impact as laid out in the note in table 2 of removing 7 streets. And those streets would be known to councillors because they would have been in their briefings with Ed Surratt and Lucas. And I believe those councillors have already been briefed that that would be the impact. So hopefully that helps. Thank you.
It does. So, you know, I feel bad because none of those streets that are being deferred or cut are in my district. And those who feel strongly about them might feel differently. But we are, I think it's, you know, should be made clear to people that we are still spending $5 million on traffic calming. And that is more than I think we've spent ever, at least in the 6 years I've been on council. So this is one that I will reluctantly support to defer because we are still spending, you know, $5 million on traffic calming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So in the report, table 1, excuse me, are the streets that stay in the traffic calming budget, but table 2 are the ones that would be removed. Any of the ones in table 2, are they within a school zone or a school district? If you could answer that for me, Brad, that would be awesome. Thank you.
No, I do not believe so. I just going to ask Ed or some staff to chime in if I've got it wrong, but I'm pretty sure no. These were removed by criterion. So these were, as you know, this is the standalone program. We've got 2 ways of doing this. Putting in the traffic calming as we do our recapitalization of our streets. Then we have a standalone program where we go down the priority list. And essentially in putting forward this motion, we took off the lowest ones, which means you know, automatically the schools are not impacted.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be really quick and, you know, similar to Councillor Cleary, none of these are in my district. That being said, we have to cut. Like if we keep having this conversation and refusing the reductions, we're going to be in the same place as we were last month. So I do support these cuts, and I think it's the right thing to do. And obviously, as it's quite clear, we're still moving forward with traffic calming. We're still moving forward with safer streets. We're just doing it a little bit tiny, slower pace. Yeah, I agree with this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. Go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you. Can we confirm that the counselors who will be affected this have actually been contacted by staff?
I'm not sure if that question is for me or for the counselors who are listed here, districts 4 and 8 and 10 and 16. Certainly, I'm well aware that 4, Councillor Purdy has been briefed on this.
Well, no one's talked to me about 16 any cut. What's the one on 16, Brad, again?
Okay, that's Moyers Mill.
Yeah, no one's come to me to suggest that, and it's been on the list a long time. So no, I won't be supporting this.
Okay, no, fair enough. I apologize if I've overstated. Perhaps I.
Yeah, no, just for clarity, I make no, not your fault. The system may have broken down somewhere, but I shouldn't know. Ed did contact me about some other cuts, but I can't swear that this happened. But anyway, no, in neighborhoods like this that have been waiting so long, I can't support this, and this still doesn't address my big concern is the schools on hills that I've been talking about every year. Thank you, Brad. I know I don't mean to shoot the messenger.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Othick. Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm leaning towards supporting this. Similar question. I did have a presentation on where the traffic calming would be happening in my district, but I didn't speak to anybody about when a street was chosen to be removed, when it was put on the list and then removed. And so if I vote for this, does that mean I have to accept the street that was selected in my district not to have the traffic calming after I thought it was going to have the okay. So there's no chance to have any input then, Brad, in the streets that were selected not to be included. Could you confirm? Thanks.
Look, we'll go to the will of council. Like I said, we've gone through this through the criteria list. So if you will, the lowest ranking streets within the pack that's moving forward within the $2.5 million allocated to the humps and bumps within the road safety budget. It just so happens those are the lowest ranking streets. If you wish us to look at it another way, I would appreciate direction from council. But essentially, we're following your administrative order.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. Thank you, Brad, for that. We don't have any further speakers on the list. So are we ready for the question?
Question.
I'm seeing nods. So Ian, can we please move ahead?
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
5, Deputy Mayor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Sorry, voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against.
8, Councillor Smith.
Against.
9, Councillor Cleary.
4.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting for.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Outhit.
Against.
And 1, Councillor David Gammon.
Voting in favor.
I think we have a tie vote there.
I don't think so. Mine is 8-7.
I have 7 votes in favor, 8 votes against. That vote has failed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ian. We are moving ahead with the 5th motion that the Budget Committee include a reduction of $600,000 for one-time deferral of CP 210013 Middle Musquodoboit Park New Development, as outlined in the briefing note BN005. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project in Middle Musquodoboit, probably I went back through the budget books to see when was the last time that there was a project in Middle Musquodoboit, and I'm back to about 15 years back. So it's been a long time since they've seen something like this. The land has been bought, the surveys have been done, public consultation has been done, the project is designed. There's a beautiful big road sign with a picture of what's going to be built. I would literally hate to see this community disappointed by this not going forward. And as we already know, a cost today, where the design is done and everything, if we move this out, then it's going to cost more in the next year. Simply put, the community's just been waiting. And even as it is right now, people would like it to see bigger and better. So the community is not always as in favor of some of the things, but this is the best effort that we're going to get. And it's probably at the price tag that's most reasonable. If we push it out, that's just going to make it much more expensive. So I'll be interested to hear our community speak to this, or the council speak to this, but I do hope that you vote against this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm also going to vote against this. And in fact, I'm going to vote against this and the next 6 because I think when we get down to the district level, this is where, staff had them all as a package, and I'm happy to debate all of them, but I'm also, colleagues, happy to grab these 7 and stick them together as a package, unless you really want to do the bun fight. Like if we're talking, well, I'm not going to build a park in Mount Edward. I'm not going to build a park in Musquodoboit. I'm not going to build a park in Grassy Brook. I don't even know where that is. And so I don't know if that's a road we want to go down. We're now into this, 100,000, 125,000, 50,000, big one, the common, Eastern Passage Common. I really don't want to get in a fight with Becky. And so, because I know I'll lose. And so, let's not go down this road, colleagues. Let's say, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's put them together and let's vote no. That's my advice, because, it's 10:51. At this rate, if we go through all of these, especially where these are district versus districts or district against the other 15 districts, it's not worth it, not to me. And so I'm voting no on this one, and I'm voting no on the rest of them. So I don't know. I'll listen for some other colleagues. Hopefully, we can give direction to the clerk to package 5 to 11 together. And
I'd second that if that's a motion, Sean. It's Tim.
Yeah. And so, that's my feeling.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Can I have a thumbs up or a thumbs down from members of council on if you would like to vote for them en masse? I'm seeing all sorts of thumbs up. I don't see any thumbs down. So by that, I'm seeing nobody who would vote separately. So, and I don't see any further speakers in the list. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini. Sorry.
One last comment, though. Not that we want to be in the gladiatorial ring here, but maybe we could go with something besides thumbs up, thumbs down.
Fingers would be rude, though. Yeah.
I would suggest.
Go ahead, John.
Hail Caesar.
Unless you hear an objection, Mr. Chair, I think we have a consensus. We have agreement from everybody. And if there is a single objection, then you still need to go through them one by one.
Yes, any councillor can right now ask for any or all of them to be individually voted on. But if you don't hear that, we can go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
So my question, thank you. My question is, so if we do this, fine. So Jerry, so where does this leave us? So, I get it. I don't want us to lose a project, but where does this leave us then? So if we don't do this, what are the chances of us ending up at the end of the day by supporting 4%? I just want to make sure we're all clear on what we're about to do here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, CAO.
There would be 2 options. Council could identify other areas within the capital budget that you would like to cut, or it means that we're looking for $15.6 million in reductions from the operating budget, and you have the list of proposed reductions there. And that debate would happen later on in the process. And the third option is if we can't find sufficient reductions to make up the $15.3 million. Excuse me, I think I said 15.6 earlier. If we cannot find sufficient reductions for the 15.3 to get us down to the 4% that you had directed, then we're at a different percentage in terms of what we will do with the tax rate and tax burden. But that's really a topic for future budget debates. I think today's focus should be on, if you don't want to make the reductions that were on the staff suggested list, focus in on, is there anything else within the capital budget that council would be willing to look at reductions or deferrals for?
Well, I thank you for that, Kathy. And I think it is worthwhile to have that conversation today. Just want to make sure, and for those of you who have been on record and said you don't want to raise the tax rate, but are not willing to give up anything in your area, this is where we're headed for. Where if you want to go to 4%, that means a huge cut then in operations, if I hear CEO. So just want to make sure you state that, and you're prepared to have that conversation. And then most likely, what it looks like, we're going to end up much higher than 4%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. We had a number of people jump in to indicate that they would like to speak. So let's go with Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to support this. I think this is the right way to go with them all grouped together. I appreciate Councillor Mancini's approach to, you know, if you as councillors weighing this off, we all know that. And frankly, we get to a point where we know that certainly from a localized projects like this, it's certainly not going to be super shocking that residents are going to see a tax increase now, but it's important that they actually see something in these budgets that make a difference in their own neighborhoods, in their own communities. And that's why I'm okay with further debate later. This is where we're at today, and I appreciate it. I already feel like I kind of won the lottery when Sean said that he didn't want to go against me because he'd lose. I feel great about that. Thank you, Sean. You've made my day.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent, for that. Councillor Hensby, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I'll be also supporting this omnibus collaboration of trying to protect all these local park projects. Even want to thank Councillor Clary, because on item number 7 was the piece of property that he even voted for acquiring in Musquedoboit Harbor a number of years ago when we were meeting down at the hotel before we had the chambers rewired. So I'm glad to hopefully see this project move forward. You've seen correspondence from the Chamber of Commerce Infrastructure Committee as well as the MLA for the area. Have also sent correspondence in this morning asking us to protect and keep this project ongoing. So I ask for councillor support in keeping this project in Musquedoboit Harbor as well as the other ones in the other communities on the table, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will support, well, I will not support cutting these either. I'll support keeping them. And, you know, we've raised the topic there with Councillor Mancini's question. And, you know, I just want to emphasize, like, I mean, to me, I think we're sounding entirely too negative on it. There's nothing absolutely wrong with council saying, you know what, when we look under the hood of this budget, we actually don't want to do these cuts. That is really what we're here to do, is to weigh the pros and cons one way or the other. And there's absolutely nothing like morally deficient or we failed in some task if we look at our options to say, you know what, there's value in these things, and you know we're going to be higher than 4%. I don't think that's a moral failing. I think that's us doing our job and making a call. And so, I suspect we'll probably have more calls as we look at the operating side, because the reality is, colleagues, if there were easy cuts to be made, we would have already made them. We would have made them ages ago. And so all that's left are painful things where we have to weigh some trade-offs pretty carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Well said, Deputy Mayor. I completely agree. I think what we're looking at here is such a minuscule amount that we're shaving off that at the end of the day, it's not really going to make much of a change. For me, number 6, it's $50,000. The community has already invested 2 years working on this project. Capital funds from the district are going into this. Capital funds from the area rate are going into this. The greater Hammonds Plains community and Lucasville would love to have this. So, while we think of these as district projects, they're not necessarily. So, and the other thing is that I just want to say, coming out of COVID, if we have learned anything, it's that community recreation is top priority for health and wellness of our community members. So cutting these, I think, it's totally sends the wrong message. It goes against the values of what we're trying to do to create healthy, vibrant, complete communities. So I will not be supporting this. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Othick, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. There seems to be 2 debates going on here simultaneously. Now, one is what to do with these 6 or 7 items left on the agenda. The other is, do we want more than a 4% tax increase now? And I'd love to switch residents with the Deputy Mayor, because apparently he doesn't have concerns, or his residents don't seem to have concerns about tax increases, and mine certainly do. Be it little, I'm getting tremendous pushback even on the 4% when the house is assessed at the kind of house assessments we see in some areas of Bedford. But however, I do agree, and I offered to second if a motion was required, that we lump these 2 together and these few together and go after them. I think Jerry and Kathy, you might want to speak to this. I think what we need to do, and I don't know where this comes up on the list, we need to talk about some big items. I had a library pushed out, which is tens of millions of dollars. I had a fire station pushed out, which is tens of millions of dollars. I've also, at some point, we're going to have to talk about the forum. We all support the forum, but could we push that out a year? We need to talk about some of the big stuff, not this little nitpicky stuff that, as Pam just said, really doesn't do much to the bottom line. So I think we need to come out of here today when it comes to capital projects, not operating, whether we want to take a big, hard look at some big, hard decisions versus this little stuff that really doesn't make a difference. And if we don't, then I think we're sending the message that we're probably looking at more than a 4% tax increase. I don't know if Kathy or Jerry want to speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, so where we are, Jerry, if I can, I'll give the floor to you in a second. Where we are, Councillor Othick, is looking at these 11 motions, and when we are finished with these 11 motions, we move back to the main motion, where that type of discussion can
exactly.
happen, Jerry.
But we seem to go down a path here. We seem to go down a path here talking about scale of projects and also about whether 6% is suddenly better than 4% and vice versa, which is fine, and I'm willing to have that discussion.
Yeah,
Jerry, if I missed anything, go ahead.
If I could speak there, I think the councillor's totally right. I mean, you really need to have a focus on the big projects, right? And we got $1.6 billion in projects, things that council wants to do, right? So in out years, so we need to be mindful of that as well. I want to be totally respectful to the councillor's comments, but I know you say these are little cuts. To get the 4%, some of these little cuts need to be considered. So what was put to council in terms of these capital reductions? If you take out the district capital, you could have shaved 1% off the tax increase, right? There's $6 million of things that could have been moved forward that we wouldn't have taxed on this year, right? So
When I was referring to Little Jerry, it was more to what was left on the list, not what we talked about earlier with the urban forest and whatnot. I'm talking more about the little stuff left. But you're right. You're absolutely right to bring these things forward. I'm not criticizing.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make that, because a lot of the little things, they do add up and they can make an impact. And the package that you got coming next week does have a lot of 50,000, 75,000, 100,000 that certainly need to be in under your consideration. So I just respectful to the councillor's comments, but just want to make sure council is that expectation around to get to 4%. Some of these little things need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I have received a note from the, actually there is one more speaker on the list. I'm going to jump in for a second though. I've received a note from the clerk's office that motion number 6, that the budget committee include a reduction of $50,000 for one-time deferral of CP 210016 Glen Arbor Way Park. That number should be $75,000, not $50,000. This is being suggested as a friendly amendment because it is a $25,000 change in the number that was on paper. Councillor Cleary and Councillor Mancini, are you both comfortable with that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Mancini. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So we will move ahead with that. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary. You're the next speaker and the last speaker. Go ahead.
And actually, that piece of information is great because I added up to the deputy mayor's point earlier about a lot of, and Councillor Mason has talked about this before under and that wasn't one that I worked with, but under CAO Richard Butts, a lot of fat was already cut from the city. And Deputy Mayor Austin talked about how, if we're going to get something lower, you've got to really look at everything. And this is what we're doing. My point earlier was because these are district versus district, let's lump them together. You can vote no, you can vote yes to cancel them all or not cancel, sorry, defer them all. But what my point is let's not get into a fight between councillor districts. If we're sharing the pain, we're sharing the pain. All of them go or all of them stay. In my mind, you add them all up. I had 1.975 million, adding 25,000 actually brings it up to an even 2. So this is $2 million in cuts, but it's not cuts for real. It's only deferral. So you're just saying this year, we're not going to spend 2 million. We still got to spend it next year. So the pressure on the taxes is still there. All we're doing is kicking the can for another year. To the CAO's point of looking for $15 million in cuts, if at $2 million, and I like round numbers, you still need 13 more million in cuts if you want to get to 4. And so when we're done here today, or at least these 11, when we're done with these, even if we said no to all of them at 6 million, you're still looking for another, 9 million in other places. So regardless of what we do with these, we're still looking for more cuts or deferrals, preferably cuts. Like they have to be long-term sustainable. Deferrals, all we're doing is kicking the can. So I'm going to support these to stay. So I'm going to vote no. But if we want to get to 4, and 4 is not realistic based on what Jerry said earlier, 5.4 is just, we're not really adding anything. So we're going to have to cut into services to get to that level. So anyway, I just want to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary, for that. There are no further speakers on the list. Are we ready for the question on motions 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11? The question has been called. Ian, it is over to you.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
5, Deputy Mayor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against.
8, Councillor Smith.
Against.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Against.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor Outhit.
Voting against.
1, Councillor Diego Ganley.
Voting against.
And 2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a pretty close vote, 15-0. So we are now back on the main motion. And speaking for the second time, we have Councillor Hensby. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby. I will post the speakers list into the chat momentarily.
Shall pass at this moment, sir.
Thank you very much. Speaking for the third time, go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Bear with me there, Mr. Chair. Let me grab my notes for our next conversation here. Well, I know that many want to talk about this one, and Councillor Outhit alluded to it in our just a few moments ago. I'd like to talk about the Halifax Forum. So, and I'm looking for some clarification here. When we had a motion come to the floor and about the forum, there was a number of parts of that motion. One of them was to investigate the possibility of private partnership with the project. And for me personally, it was one of the reasons why I said yes to the motion, because the possibility of private partnership. And also we had someone present on Wednesday representing the forum talk when we talked about selling some land. So I'm looking for some clarification from the staff on the status of this partnership, where that leads, where that lands. If there is partnership, what does that look like if there's conversation? If there's no partnership though, well, what happens to that motion? Because again, personally, the reason that I voted yes to $81 million was to look at the possibility of partnership. So get some clarification on that, please.
John McPherson, Executive Director of Property, Fleet and Environment. Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So the activity, a industry sounding exercise was done over a year ago now. And the results that came back did not show a strong industry interest, I guess, in a private partnership on the forum site. So when staff looked at the options, the recommendation that came forward was selling excess property as the way to help fund the project.
And can you explain that, John, then? Is selling what part of the property and how much do we potentially get for the selling of that property?
That information will be forthcoming in a report that's being put together, which summarizes the results of the public consultation that was done. But in general terms, it's the property at the corner of Yonge and Windsor that's deemed to be in excess of what the project needs. In terms of the potential revenue from that, I can't speak to that right at this moment, but that would be within the report that's coming.
And that report's coming when?
I'd rely on my colleagues in Parks and Rec to weigh in on this as well, but I understand it's February, March timeframe.
So should we not have that report before we're discussing, while we're discussing budget around capital projects? I mean, we're going to find out that information after a decision's made on our capital budget. So and that's a significant project. And I know a very important project to the councillors in that area that are supporting it. I find this very difficult to have a conversation about capital projects, but yet we don't have all the information about one of the larger projects on the list. So I don't know, folks, help me out here. I mean, Are we, I understand, we're talking about land and it has to be, that conversation about land has to be in camera. Can we go into camera to find out at least potentially what the range of pricing is, what impact this has upon the price tag for these forum redevelopment?
Go ahead, Kathy.
Yes, and forgive me because I haven't been here throughout all of the forum discussions and I'm not fully up to speed on the issue. And Denise Schofield is away on vacation. But I just want to ask John McPherson to clarify one element that I think might help council if my understanding is correct. My understanding is where the project sits now, there is not sufficient certainty in terms of scope, cost estimates, or even that land value piece that would have enabled us to put something within the budget that would have a reasonable expectation of accuracy. Is that correct, John?
Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Chair, through you to the council. So to date, we have cost estimate updated for what we anticipate it is in today's dollars. That's based on a certain scope of 2 ice pads and an increase to the recreation programming space side of things. I do believe the report coming in February, March will have some high-level indications of expectations of land sales. And if Mike Weil is available to chime in, we may be able to give a very high-level range, but those things do take significant work to firm up and put forward a reasonable expectation of land sales.
John, do you mind if I augment your answer? Nalini
Sure.
from Parks and Rec here. Okay, thanks. Councillors, some feedback. The community consultation that was directed by council has been underway. Staff has been evaluating the feedback that we've received from that. Staff report is in its close stage of finalization. We've been working on some of the feedback we've received, particularly related to parking, because part of the feedback we were getting was the parkland and the parking and how do we deal with these issues. So the staff report will provide recommendations related to potentially future budgets, declaration of surplus of land, and which approach to kind of take in terms of site design and moving forward. So there will be decision points for council coming forward. The question about the 2.5 that was identified in the capital subsheet under facilities will also be addressed in the staff report, but I think Philip is available to kind of indicate kind of what that sum of money is indicated to be used for outside of this idea of the redevelopment program. So if Philip is, or John, you might be able to speak to that as well, because the building is facing a lot of maintenance issues, operational issues, and there may be an opportunity today to kind of speak to what those funds are identified for in the subsheet. Because I think that's the question that we're being asked today about from Councillor Mancini, is what's in the subsheet versus what's coming in the staff report.
Good morning, it's Philip Deganza, Director of Facility Design and Construction. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillors. With respect to the $2.5 million that's in the subsheet for the capital plan for this coming fiscal year, if council approves the direction for the redevelopment of that complex, that $2.5 million would be predominantly for design fees. Should that not be the direction that council takes, we would need to do a lot of state of good repair or projects to that building. Predominantly, I mean, as we prepare for the capital process, we reach out to all of our Parks and Rec and other stakeholders to determine what are the priority items for each facility in terms of state of good repair. So the list typically is longer than funding allows. So we don't have a detailed list, but one of the issues that comes up with the form is significant number of building envelope issues. So unstable cladding, it's a brick building, unstable structurally, some leaks, etc. So that's what the $2.5 million would be used for, should we not be using it for design fees.
My time's up, Mr. Chair. I'll come back in. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancini, I'll add you back on the list. Let's go to Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Can you move me down the list, Mr. Chair? We're just trying to get some a motion ready with Parks and Rec staff.
Fair enough. Please let me know when you're ready. I will leave you in the second time speakers. Let's go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you.
At the risk of tying up those Parks and Rec staff that the councillor is relying on, my question is actually a parks question. So it's about Northbrook Park, where we've got we've had a phase project going on there on the park recapitalization side. It's not on the list to move into phase 3 for this year, and I'm fine with that because we've got some carryover work that still needs to be completed there anyway. I'm okay with it not appearing in there, but where we are doing multi-year budgeting, what I'm wondering about is, whether or not it's something that is still in consideration for next year, given that on the park recapitalization tab, you just get the overall total. You don't have like a multi-year sort of view as to what the projects under that hood might be.
Go ahead, Maggie.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Jeff Spares if he could speak to this question. Maggie McDonald, Executive Director for Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Maggie. Jeff, we can see that you're not muted, but we can't see you. There might be a technical issue, but go ahead. Oh.
Good morning. I'm not sure if you can see me or not.
We cannot see you, but we can hear you, but you're muddled. But go ahead and we'll try.
Okay, I apologize. Good morning, Council. It's Jeff Spares, Manager of Parks Capital Projects with Parks and Recreation. Northbrook Park, the next phase of construction is on our tentative list for 24-25. And as Councillor Austin mentioned, or Deputy Mayor Austin mentioned, it does not appear in the 23-24 sub sheets, but we're working towards a 24-25 delivery.
Thank you, Jeff. That's fantastic. That's what I was hoping the case would be, because of course, one of the things that we were not so great at in the past was, starting a project, phasing it, but then never circling back. And it'll be good to have that one properly finished rather than dropping it on the final hurdle. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my colleagues, I ask for your patience once again on sidewalks. I would like to introduce a motion. We withdrew the amount of 7.5 million, but I would like to try again for a reduced amount. So I move to increase the capital budget for new sidewalks under active transportation CR 200001 by $3 million a year, beginning in 2024-25, to be funded by debt.
Second.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Over to the clerk. Do we have that? Do we have the text of that? Or Councillor Morse, are you able to share that with the clerk so that we can get the text of that in the chat?
Oh, sorry. Yes. I did share it with the clerk, but it was a day ago or 2 days ago.
It has just been posted in the chat. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Thank you. As you recall from the debate last year, I was looking to speed up the process of adding new sidewalks because we have between 600 and 700 on the overall queue on the list. and we are building 6 to 10 new sidewalks a year. So I had asked for a $7.5 million increase, which was approved by council last spring, and then it was targeted for the reduction this fall when we realized we had problems with meeting our budget. So I'm trying again because in the interim, staff did a lot of work prioritizing those 600 and 700 sidewalks to determine which were the high priority sidewalks, which is still in the 120 range, I believe. And they prioritized based on the needs for sidewalks, similar to traffic calming around schools, but also to help people access commercial areas in our districts. They had a whole range of criteria, and they reached that 125 sidewalk list. It would still take at the current rate or at the increased rate many years to address the gap in high priority sidewalks. So that's why I'm testing again on whether we could at least increase the sidewalk budget by 3 million rather than the 7.5. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. I don't see any further speakers on the list on sidewalks. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Morse. This is a tough one for me because I want more sidewalks. I've got tons of areas that need sidewalks. But $3 million a year from debt would be $3 million in debt this year, $6 million in debt next year, $9 million in debt in year 3. And then we're getting into, a lot of debt. I'm cool with debt for facilities. I'm cool with debt for assets that provide some sort of return, either social return, but more importantly, financial return. Also, if you're going to take on debt and burden future generations with the debt, it has to be an asset that is, great enough that they're willing to pay for it. I can't support the sidewalks being funded through debt. Most of our roads, for example, when we're resurfacing roads, even a lot of our projects for active transportation and so on are capital from operating. So that's sustainable. We can manage that year over year over year. If we're going to take on debt to build sidewalks, we're actually in a very perverse situation of creating critical infrastructure. That's what sidewalks are: roads, sidewalks, bike lanes. They're critical infrastructure that we all need as a city. And as much as I want those sidewalks, I can't do it out of debt. It's got to be sustainable so that we can do it year after year. Because frankly, we'll do it for 3 years. We'll take on $9 million in debt. And then the cost of servicing that debt is going to get to the place where, we could have just used that money from operating to build the sidewalks. And as much as I want to go fast for this one, until we can right size either the tax base or the expenditures, I can't in good conscience go ahead with that. So if this was, let's increase taxes a little bit to get more sidewalks, I'm on board. And I think for Jerry's math, he said $6 million, 1% on the tax rate. So 3 million is 0.5%. If you want to go that extra 0.5% or almost 0.5% for sidewalks, I'm cool with that. But I can't take on debt. Sorry, Councillor Morse.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sidewalks, it is a need. We talk about active transportation. We talk about the 15-minute city. We talk about, kids being able to walk to school. And in many neighborhoods, continuous sidewalks just do not exist. When we look at the stats of people walking, often it's because parents have major concerns about walking. When we look at, for example, the regional center, we know that a number of those street sidewalks are priority one in snow clearing. Sidewalks in other neighborhoods, just simply not. If there are sidewalks, they're not getting plowed. We're just not setting up neighborhoods for success in terms of shifting the modes from cars to walking if the infrastructure doesn't exist there. I know we've been following the integrated mobility plan for a number of years now, and council has made that a priority. And there's a real emphasis on completing AT networks within the regional center, but that's really come at an expense to our outlying neighborhoods where a lot of people live and where a lot more people would walk if it was safer. I think for those of us representing those communities, we hear about that all the time, almost, for me, like every day. Crosswalks, sidewalks, walking to school, making things safer for families on trips that they need to take. There is no school bus service for a lot of those kids in those school zones. They need to walk, but yet the infrastructure, the community trails, bike paths, none of that exists. So my question here is about funding. Councillor Morris has suggested from debt. I'm just wondering what other options have been explored for funding for sidewalks, and does sidewalk infrastructure qualify for funding from other levels of government? Is it considered active transit infrastructure or community infrastructure where, as a municipality, are we applying for funding, like we just heard recently about the 17 dollars for the AAA bike network? Is there funding available for sidewalks as well that we could be applying for?
Go ahead, Kathy.
There is, and we do, but it's in conjunction with a broader active transportation projects that are done as part of a functional plan. So, for instance, there's currently a $62 million active transportation contribution agreement in the process of being executed that includes improving AT connections between Bedford, Dartmouth, and Halifax that has some sidewalk components within it. If you would like more details on that, I would suggest Brad Anguish might be the best person to speak to it, but it's not a program where the municipality can apply for money to do sidewalks alone, for example, or to rehabilitate existing sidewalks. There are no programs like that. But when it is done in conjunction with a functional plan with other active transportation linkages, then we can put forward applications under active transportation funding programs.
Right. So our active transportation plan it's due for renewal, a new one. The other one is kind of come to its course. And I would suggest that we really look at that new active transportation plan and figuring out where neighborhood infrastructure fits into the hierarchy in the priority list. Because I can see it would affect the lives of thousands of children every day to be able to walk to school in a safe way, and really support this idea of active school transportation, and make a difference in the neighborhoods where people live. So not just where people are going from home to work, because that's only a small segment of the population. We have a lot larger portion of the population of people living in neighborhoods where they also need to get around safely, just to get to a bus stop, to get to school, to get to a store, to get to a service provider. All right, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle. You are welcome to come back, of course. Councillor Mancini, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the form, if we may. So if I understand correctly, what was shared with
Councillor
us.
Mancini,
Oh.
Councillor Mancini, we are talking
Oh,
about
sorry.
Councillor Morse's sidewalk amendment.
And I apologize because I see the former deputy mayor giving me the hand gesture she gives her kids saying, "What are you doing, Mancini?" I apologize. I'm doing two things at once. I do not wish to speak on this one. Thank you. I'll pass.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I am going to support this because my understanding is that it would then come back for BAL. Like, we're not saying we're putting $3 million in debt. We're proposing we could do $3 million in debt. And my main concern around this isn't doing it or not, or how we pay for it or not. It's our capacity to actually do it, because Mr. Anglish had indicated in previous statements that we may not, like, we're already having trouble delivering the sidewalks we already have. So one of the things I've liked that I've heard from Mr. Anglish and from other directors is that we're trying to right size the capital budget for when we can actually deliver stuff. And so my concern is, if we could do this notional thing, and it may have, won't have any immediate tax increases, but are we actually going to be able to do it? We don't want to, we know that we had problems. In my district, what we saw is a bunch of much smaller contractors than normal going in and doing sidewalk slab replacement, like right before it, normally there'd be frost, and doing, in a lot of cases, a job that wasn't at the quality level we would have expected a couple of years ago. So this labor and supply issue that we're seeing throughout all this stuff has been impacting it. So I'm interested to know, can we do another $3 million, Mr. Anglish?
The simple answer is yes, obviously barring anything unforeseen issues. And the reason for that, by the way, is because of the work council helped us with last year by giving us additional staff, getting us in position to do a $7 million program in 23-24. The only reason we weren't in position to move this summer is we had to do some restructuring and some pay changes in order to get the staff on board. We are now ready to move forward if that is the will of council, and $3 million should be achievable in 24-25.
All right. Well, in that case, I will support it, and I look forward to it coming back for further discussion. And I do feel that one of the things I want to emphasize, I agree with everything Sean said, actually, Councillor Cleary said, except, of course, that this is to get it started this year. It doesn't mean we always have to fund it that way. So we can be looking at trying to bring that out of debt into the budget rather than have it on debt forever. But time's our enemy here. We want to make these communities safer. We want to put these sidewalks in. So I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I mean, this isn't for this year, it's for 2024. I just want to confirm I had the same, this is an area that's been underfunded for ages, right? And has really not kept up with what the actual need is. We're not locking ourselves in that it must be debt, because to me, this should be taxes, really, if we want to do this. There's more to being fiscally prudent than just trying to keep things down. Running up debt irresponsibly is no better. In fact, in many ways, it's worse. So I'm wondering about, if we vote for this, where it's next year, it's not a done thing, right?
Can we have someone address that, please?
Specifically the source of funding.
Go ahead, Kathy.
That is correct. It would go to the BAL list, budget adjustment list. And when we come back with that, then we would be presenting a recommendation with respect to what we're doing on funding. This discussion is really about council's priorities. In terms of how we fund stuff, we're going to make proposals based on, what's most cost effective for the residents. And there are a number of things that are going to prompt some funding moving around, I would say, as we try to accommodate some of the items that council is adding.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. CEO. And so for me, then I'm okay voting this on. I don't like the idea of funding this out of debt. I will put in a quick pitch for, one potential option we could look at. I mean, we've got in next year restoring the road budget, 8 million that we cut this year, but also, as my understanding, growing that even further because we're trying to catch up on, right sizing that piece as well. One potential option would be to go a little bit slower on that right sizing to peel off a little bit of that transportation budget to put into sidewalks. So, next year as we grow that, which will probably also be painful like this year, that's one source in my mind that we could potentially use to, divert a little bit of that money into sidewalks, because the list here is very long, and unless we get serious about putting something into this, it's only going to get longer, and we're never really going to be effective in dealing with this. And the folks who suffer most are those kind of inner ring suburbs where we have a whole ton of development built with a standard that just allowed people to not put in sidewalks because no one's going to walk, everyone's going to drive a car, right? That was the ethos of the time, and we know that that's complete bunk. So anyway, supportive of this, and we'll figure out where we get the funding source to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Peter, Duncan, I see you have your camera on. Would you like to offer some words of wisdom related to this? There we go. Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up the remarks the CAO said in regards to applying for funding, I'm just kind of curious that the National Active Transportation Strategy, the application is closed for that last March. So I don't know what funding we got from this National Active Transportation Strategy Fund that went towards any of our AT projects, just to clarify that. I see in the strategy, they talk about bikeways and greenways and pathways and widened sidewalks, but not the standard sidewalk. And I understand under provincial funding programs that they don't fund sidewalks, but they'll fund the greenway. So I'd just like to know in regards to if we're trying to find some resource funding for sidewalk per se, what programs might that be?
I'm not sure if Paul Johnston is on the call or not, but the current program that we have some sidewalks funded under is actually the ICIP program. It was not a specific program targeted for active transportation, but active transportation was one of the eligible components under ICIP. And to my knowledge, there are not other specific programs open right now that we could be going for funding applications for sidewalk construction that's outside of an active transportation project.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Earthett. Thank you very much, CAO. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that I'm stopped doing three things at once, I can focus on why I chimed in the first place. My apologies. So if this was approved, I realize it's going to the ballot, but if another additional 3 million was added to the sidewalk project, is it automatically know which communities will be getting those sidewalks? Does even Councillor Morris get those sidewalks that she's looking for in her area?
Yeah, I can answer that. I mean, once the direction is known that you wish to move forward, staff would prioritize those sidewalks. We are scheduled probably in the spring, I think, to come back to you with level of service on sidewalks, rating criteria and whatnot. That would probably be a very good time to confirm with council which pieces you wanted to move ahead with. There are a number of competing priorities, just to emphasize how small the sidewalk budget is. Not that I'm advocating, but it is at a point where we are holding up street recapitalizations in order to understand whether there's going to be money for sidewalk to then, get into the community once, do it most efficiently and get out of there. So that's going to all come into this, if you will, factoring into this first tranche of 3 million. And should it become a program going forward, then we can really start to lay out kind of the longer term objectives. So hopefully that answers it. So be back to you soon with our recommended priorities. But at the end of the day, as with every capital budget, you could decide to change them.
Yeah, I understand that, Brad. Thanks. I guess there's no guarantee that Councillor Morris is going to get a sidewalk, even though the budget.
No, it doesn't work like that,
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Great discussion. So I don't think I can support this. I did send out the table to all of you so that you have a better understanding per district of kilometer of roads, kilometer sidewalks, and kilometer of gravel. District 13 has suffered by a continuous lack of mobility access, whether it's transit, sidewalks. We've got 0.67 kilometers of sidewalk. And approving this will put more of a burden on our property owners in District 13 without any of the benefit. They have school zones just like every other district, but we don't have sidewalks. So I'm wondering, Brad, when you talk about prioritization, are you prioritizing urban center, urban areas only that are within the service boundary? Or are you looking at things like school zones and the importance of supporting our children getting back and forth safely from home to schools?
Yes.
So yes. Okay. So is that a potential then that District 13 could see some kind of a mobility walkway that would safely connect Kingswood Elementary, for example?
Yes.
Well, if that's the case, then I would support that, but don't disappoint me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, it's funny, I was thinking about Councillor Mason saying that he couldn't vote for the other motion because, it contained an error and he would have to vote against it just for that. But this is a fundamental thing, and I've heard several councillors saying that we shouldn't be funding it from debt. And that's not our only option. Well, actually, the motion says, staff, go away, figure out how you'd spend $3 million on which sidewalks, and then we're going to do it by debt. The motion says that. So again, I can't vote for it because of the debt, taking on the debt. It's not sustainable for critical infrastructure. And so if it said, and again, this isn't, it's funny, we're spending a lot of time talking on something that's going to have no impact on the budget this year, but we're only debating it because we have a multi-year capital budget. And so if it said to fund it with options, staff go away and look at options for funding it. And one of those options could be a small tax increase. I would 187% vote for that because we need sidewalks, as everyone has already said, but we can't do it from debt. And so, unfortunately, I'm going to vote against it where it says debt. If it was changed and said options or did say options, I could, again, vote for it. And I would be speaking and trying to convince everyone to vote for it, but not on debt.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. I don't see any further speakers
Mr.
on the
Chair,
list.
it's Tim. Mr. Chair, it's Tim, just quickly. Sean's made a very good point here, and I'm just wondering if Councillor Morse would consider of a friendly amendment that we'd look at all options in addition or including debt, because I'd like to see this pass. I'd like to have a discussion of this, but I agree that I'm not quite yet ready to commit to it being from debt, if she would consider that.
I definitely would. I'm not that keen to see it funded from debt myself. I was working with staff on this, and they were, of course, trying to get us to the 4%. So I think that was why it was recommended to word it this way, but I would be keen to look at all options.
I think that would make some of us a little happier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have an amended motion pasted in the chat that says that the budget committee include an increase of $3 million for new sidewalks, active transportation, CR 200001 within the proposed 2023-24 capital budget, including funding options to the budget adjustment list as a capital over budget option for consideration beginning 2024-25. I see Jerry and Crystal on the screen. Go ahead, Jerry.
Thanks. Yeah, just wanted to jump in here just for clarity, and I'll turn it over to Crystal for some more detail on that. But just for council's knowledge, we do fund sidewalks and street recap from debt. Crystal, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, Crystal Nolan, Director of Asset Management. Just further to Councillor Morris's motion, why debt was on there, as she mentioned, with focus on trying to minimize the increase on taxes this year. In the financial reporting criteria, it does reflect that sidewalks do have an asset life cycle of 20 to 25 years, and we typically take out debt on assets that are in excess of the debenture periods for repayment. So in the past, we've typically taken out debt terms of 10 years. New sidewalks would be in excess of that, so we could debt fund it. And we do debt fund a large portion of our street and sidewalk recapitalization programs. So this would not be out of step with that. However, it is obviously completely up to council's direction on which way they would like to proceed with this.
Okay, thank you very much. Crystal, Councillor Cleary, you had a question?
Yeah, so on the proportion, so for example, we have a very large budget of capital from operating. So for these assets, and right now we have a very small sidewalk budget. So essentially the majority, almost all of sidewalks will be debt. So what would be the typical percentage of this type of infrastructure being funded from debt and the percentage financed through operating from debt, or capital from debt, or sorry, capital from operating?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Currently on the active transportation account, which we are speaking to with the new sidewalks, right now that program is funded almost 100% by capital from operating, supplemented by the current provincial and federal funding contribution agreement we have in place. With the street renewal project, we roughly fund that. It depends year to year, a little bit on the percentage, but we currently have been funding at roughly 50% debt and 50% the Canada Community Building Fund, which is the new name for the gas tax fund.
Sorry, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I lost power there for a second, so everything went dead. So I missed most of what you just said. But the first thing you said was active transportation is almost all from operating. And then I came back in and you said a good portion of it was debt. I don't know what that was exactly, but we also, of course, have outside funding, provincial, federal funding that comes into this. So for this particular type of asset, this would be a change where we're going to a very large proportion of debt for sidewalks versus what we normally do for active transportation, which is mostly operating. And so, you know, I appreciate the feedback that we do fund a lot of stuff through debt, but right now what we're talking about is mostly funded from operating. Just wanted a clarification on that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we see Crystal nodding. That is good. I don't see any further speakers on the list. Are we ready for the question?
Could I just sum up briefly?
Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for the discussion on this. I think why this is coming up is that we do need to change our suburbs from being so car dependent to being more walkable communities. What I'm seeing happen in my district is that everyone is driving their child to school because they're so nervous about them walking to school. And I have schools that were built in ways that were assuming that the children would walk to school. And they're no longer doing so because their parents have so many concerns about traffic safety due to the lack of sidewalks. I'm not thinking that they're going to be built in my district necessarily. It's just the issue that brought this to my attention. And these schools are now also, in some cases, a school for 300 children has 500 children in it. Many of the parents are driving their children to school. So you have extreme traffic congestion around these schools. So all I'm looking at is this issue in the light of what I've experienced in the last couple of years as councillor. But it highlights a wider issue across the municipality. And we seem to have, even before we were getting infill and population growth in the suburbs, we had these issues. Now they're getting even more pronounced, but we still haven't addressed it from a financial perspective in the budget. So I'm not sure how best to fund it. I'm not necessarily wedded to doing it through debt, but I want to look at options for funding this. And I appreciate if we could at least move this to the ballot.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. Go ahead, CAO.
Oh, you're muted.
You are muted.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, if council, this is all great discussion, and I think focusing in on what council's priorities are for capital is the important thing. So if sidewalks are the priority, it can be put to the ballot. Staff will come back with funding options on it, or there can be discussion on reprioritization. If sidewalks are more important to council this year, are there some other areas of capital spending that are less important that we could do trade-offs? But if council is clear on the priorities, I would worry less about how we're funding things, whether it's debt or capital from operating or reserves, or whether we can find infrastructure funding programs. Let the Treasury staff go away and worry about that and try to bring you back the options that are most cost effective for the municipality.
Okay. Thank you very much, CAO. I don't see any further speakers on the list. Are we ready for the question? The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 5, Councilor Deputy Mayor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councilor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councilor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councilor Smith.
4.
9, Councilor Cleary.
I can now support the motion.
10, Councilor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councilor Cuttle.
In favor of the motion.
12, Councilor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councilor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councilor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Councilor Outhit.
Voting yes.
1, Councilor Daigle Gannon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councilor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councilor Kent.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much. That motion passes. We will see that on the budget adjustment list. It is 11:57. We are back on the main motion. I put the question into the chat. Would council like to break for lunch at this point and resume at 1 p.m.?
Sure.
Has the deputy mayor ordered us all lunch?
Yes, it is going to be delivered to each of our houses.
Best deputy mayor ever.
The snow cone.
Thank you very much. Let's break for lunch and resume at 1 p.m. We'll see you all here.
Chair.
We can take down the holding screen. Council, all of your videos should be returned to you. Chair Russell, you can call the meeting back to order on your call.
Thank you very much, Ian. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Just a note for everybody, and again, out to the millions of people who are glued to their screens watching this. There is the winter parking ban in effect tonight, so please stay off the streets. Please find some other place to park, or your vehicle or vehicles are at risk of getting towed. Thank you. We are back on the main motion, and at this point, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, you are with us, and you have a motion ready to go, as I understand it.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. So this could be a long story, and I'm going to try to cut it down and make it as short as possible. As a backgrounder, I had shared with councillors that in 2014, there was an approval for lights at the McDonald Sports Park of $300,000. So that was 9 years ago, and we still don't have a lease signed or anything done, and we don't have lights at McDonald's Park. 9 years is a long time to wait for something, and here's the lesson learned: when you defer, sometimes you can actually get lost. So this was deferred, and then something happened, and then something happened, and then it kind of fell off the priority list, and then it kind of fell off the councilors list. So for 2 years, I've been working with Parks and Rec and real estate, trying to figure out how do we get this back and what's going on and how do we move this forward. Losing one baseball field will put 80 kids aged 10 to 11 and 12 to 13 from the LWF Baseball Association out of baseball for the year. Plus, we have got 30 to 40 kids year over year that we've been denied being there because we don't have enough baseball fields. And we can't seem to get into the HRCE fields if they are available or even if they are in good shape. So we're still waiting. And, you know, we did lose one baseball field in Sackville for a very good reason. Not debating that at all. But it lessens the amount of kids. We have 700 kids in baseball. It is fantastic. So we need to get this back. If the motion could be put in the chat there, the motion is that the Budget Committee request a briefing note with an update on the 2014-15 approved project, McDonald Park ball field lighting, deferred due to land tenure, including, and I'll explain that, 1, confirmation of the continuation of the project planning in 23-24, 2, information on tenure arrangements, leasing, timing related to land tenure, design and construction and operating implications, and 3, a recommendation for inclusion in the capital budget for design and construction to the budget adjustment list. Now, curiously, oh, that's the motion, so I need a seconder. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard, for seconding that.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Curiously, at 10:59 this morning, real estate sent us the MOU between HRM, the province, and HRM, the province, and I just lost it. The third party that we need. Oh, from the Waverley Athletic Association, affectionately known as WA. So just this morning we get that. As soon as that's signed, and it looks like it has all of the right things in it, then the sublease is signed, which means the dominoes can now fall. We really need those dominoes to fall so that we can get this started and back on track since 2014. Thank you. I hope you all support this.
Thank you very much. So the motion on the floor is the one that is in the chat, as Councillor Daigle-Gammon read. The Budget Committee request a briefing note with an update on the 2014-15 approved project McDonald Park ball field lighting, with the rest of the details to follow. Go ahead, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is great to hear because I have many similar parks in the same state in District 11 that have had no real work done on them for several years as we were waiting for these land lease agreements to be sorted out with the province. Communities that have not seen any park investment at all for years and years and years and years and years. So I'm really glad to hear that there has been some movement, and good to see that the McDonald Park ball field is being sorted out. That's excellent news, because we need to have parks in our rural areas. My only question about this would be the ball field or the playing field strategy, which was supposed to be coming, I think, to community planning and economic development sometime really soon. I don't know if the McDonald Park ball field is included in that strategy, or when we might be getting that strategy, or if we could include this motion to update us on this project in relation to the playing field strategy.
Thank you. Go ahead, Maggie.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. The playing field strategy is imminent. So the draft is completed, and we should see that very shortly to the Community Planning and Economic Development Committee. So I would expect that to come prior to the briefing note coming back to Council with the BAL. So it won't. I don't think, and Nalini may have something to add on here, but I wouldn't get into the level of detail of individual ball diamonds. So this one is in the plan and has been, as the councillor noted, in the capital plan. So I don't think there's a sort of immediate impact from the playing field strategy related to this particular project, but it will be coming back shortly.
Excellent. Well, that's good to know. Thank you very much, Maggie.
Maggie, sorry, I'll just augment what Maggie's saying. Nalini Naidu, Director of Strategic Planning and Design. The budget item that Councillor Deagle-Gammon is referring to from 2014, we have been working with her quite regularly to ensure that there are updates and she knows where we're going with everything. The playing field strategy direction from Council came after the budget item for 2014. So while the strategy deals with fields, we were already working with the councillor and with, through the budget item before that. I don't, like Maggie saying, I don't think we should bring the strategy back because it's further along than this current discussion is. So I think we can address the questions in the proposed motion pretty effectively in the next, I think, month or two before it has to come back. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Nalini. Thank you, Maggie, and thank you, Councillor Cuttle. I don't see any further speakers in the list on this motion, so are we ready for the question?
Question
Has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
I approve. I go. I support. Thank you.
7, Councillor Mason. 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhitt.
In favor.
1, Councillor Deagle-Gammon.
absolutely in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Deputy Mayor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mason. Chair Russell, that vote has passed.
Thank you very much, Ian. So that motion passes. We are back on the main motion. The next speaker is Councillor Outhitt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to make a statement and then I want to ask a question. Tony and I both touched on, I very briefly, and then he did ask a question about the Halifax Forum. And I want to make a very clear statement here that I realize this is a regional facility I strongly support. the need to do something with this. As a regional facility, as well as I'm quite aware that the Peninsula North and Central are in need of rinks, community centers, pools, all sorts of things because of their growth and because of the age of some of the existing facilities, and some things, also some things that were lost, that were torn down. So I absolutely support that. So please don't question that at all. My concern with this is that the stage we are yet, the planning, and I understand from John McPherson's comments earlier that we'll be getting more information over the next little while. We are going to have to see what land can be sold to help with this. Obviously, some other land, and Councillor Mason speaks to this, he'll remind us of things that were sold on the peninsula to help fund things like this. But then when I look at, I know we can build a community center for $10 or $15 million. I know we can build a four pad, not a 2-pad, for 40 to 45 million. So I have two concerns. One is the scope of this project, which will come back with the plan. Is, do we really still need 2 rinks? Build 2 rinks in a bingo hall. I mean, our vision has got to be better than that when we're going to spend this kind of money, and perhaps staff will help us address this, because I think the needs probably have shifted with what's gone on at St. Mary's and Dow and whatnot with rinks. So let's have that discussion. I'm not going to bring a more motion forward or anything about that. I do have a question. If we push this out, and I'm hoping Philip is still here, we talked about potentially if we push this out, the 2.5, for example, or pushed everything out, that the 2.5 in there presently is for design and planning. And if we push that out, we'd have to start doing renovations. If we pushed it out a year, that didn't make sense to me, because whether we decide today or later today or whatever to stick with the status quo and to spend the 2.5 for designing and planning, or not push it out a year, the condition of the form for the next year doesn't change. And I got the impression, and maybe I misinterpreted this, that unless we started this 2.5 planning and design, that we're going to have to spend a whole lot of money on repairs. Doesn't make sense to me. So if Phil could address that. My only concern is, is this something we could push out a year while we get our act together through John's report and others on what we actually want to have here, and whether we can sell land, what the land might be worth, all the things we talked about earlier when Tony brought this up. Just don't quite understand the 2.5 for planning versus cost of maintenance being for the next year being tied together. Is Philip with us, Chair? Do you know?
Yes, he is. We also have John.
Okay, super.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Thank you for the question, and I'm sorry for being less than clear. The facility is in need of ongoing maintenance and repair, to maintain good repair, and to enable us to continue to offer programming in that facility. If we undertake a larger redevelopment of the complex, we would need to be more careful about what we spend money on for state of good repair. So if we had a medium longer term vision to redevelop the entire complex, then we would need to be very selective about what repairs we undertake. So if we do decide to defer or cancel the redevelopment project, then we take a different lens and put it on the state of good repair kind of requirements.
Okay, sorry, I don't think Tony or me or anybody else is suggesting that we cancel anything. I think this is long overdue. I think we need some discussion yet on what we envision it being replaced with, and I think that'll be coming forward over the next few months. If we push out the 2.5 for planning a year, things would continue as status quo then at the forum. Is that a fair assumption for you? Or
it would be status quo, but we would still need to undertake some state of good repair work.
All right. Okay. All right. That's fine. And I'm not suggesting we do that, but I think it's a discussion that we need to have, and I'm sure others will take that. All right. Thank you, Philip. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outfit. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Lovelace?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was not. Okay, just pulling up screen here. So here we go. Thank you so much. I'm going to chat with road operation. So a couple of things that I find a bit concerning, Brad. So over time, similar to what Councillor Daigle Gammon just brought up regarding recreation, these long-term kind of commitments and made to communities, we're in the same sort of situation here where I'm looking through the budget book and I don't see the commitments that have been made for Rockcrest Extension, for the White Hills Extension, for the Blue Water Road, cross culvert integration project, and different things like that. So I'm wondering if you can speak, Brad, about where those projects are. And the other thing I think that is really important for us to consider is the fact that we know that we are updating the HRM01 with the province. That's a given because we're updating the service exchange agreement. HRM01 is being updated. So we're updating these agreements with the province, but at the same time, we're kind of trying to move forward on a capital budget without really understanding what the implications of those other service exchange agreements are actually going to have on us. And so to give you an example, here we have 300 new kilometers, 19 new bridges that the municipality is now responsible for, sinking us in a deficit of millions of dollars. And on top of that, there are significant issues that I don't think the province really considered and the municipality didn't consider, Halifax Water didn't consider. And what I'm seeing now is with the twinning of Highway 103, an extensive amount of stormwater runoff that's coming down the hill into the head of St. Margaret's Bay, Bootleers Point, onto the trail, the St. Margaret's Bay Rails Trail, with all of the clearing, the clear cut, and the lack of stormwater ponds. We're seeing erosion along the hill that's actually bringing the boulders down onto St. Margaret's Bay Road that were used to hold up that railroad. And so these are the really big kind of legacy projects that didn't get done by the province, and now they're dumped on the shoulders of property taxpayers. And so I'm concerned that we haven't kind of looked at the full scope and the implication of taking over these roads and the service exchange agreement, should that then dump the rest of the provincial roads onto our into our capital liability and risks. So I'm just wondering if we can have a chat about that and the implications to this capital budget once this, I guess it's in April or June, that this new service exchange agreement comes down the pipe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the CAO. Go ahead, Kat.
The service exchange agreement discussions have absolutely no impact on next year's capital budget. And that's because if an agreement is reached, the province has to provide municipalities with 12-month notice. So if there were an agreement reached, municipalities in Nova Scotia would be provided 12 months notice, and then changes wouldn't take effect until 12 months after that. So I would see the earliest that anything might happen might be for 24-25. Therefore, there's no impact on next year's budget. And with respect to the road transfer, I'll ask Brad to add if he has anything to add, but when that got approved, unfortunately, it's under the existing agreements that have been in place since around the time of amalgamation, HRM 01. So we can't go back and revisit that discussion. What we're talking about is future additional road transfers and negotiating terms for how that would occur that would be fair and equitable.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying is that we may have additional road deficit in 2024-25, depending on what comes out of that service exchange agreement. So if we're looking at some of those legacy projects, particular in District 13, and I'm sure there are others outside of District 13, Brad, where do we stand with ensuring that those projects get done? So that's the Murchison Drive, Blue Water Road, Highland Park, second exit, things like that.
So I'll start with service exchange agreement. So Kathy gave you the high level discussions that are happening between the province and the municipalities. What is happening on the ground with AO1 with the province as a result of the explicit direction of council? When we accepted the roads from the province, it was on the condition that a new updated, modernized agreement would be put in place, because we basically signaled to the province that we will not proceed under the old AO any further. We can't. It's basically unrecognizable. It's not even defensible. So to help protect future transfers to the municipalities, should they occur under a density trigger, we are negotiating that now. Could that be preempted by the larger service exchange discussions? Yes, that could, but nonetheless, we're carrying on with our discussions with the province. They're in progress. So we are taking steps to improve the way roads are transferred in future, should that occur. As far as the roads we've received, as I had stated upon the transfer, our best estimate on roads, road infrastructure alone was a capital expenditure of $6 million per year. It is going to take a number of years to sort through and organize basically priority capital spending. So again, Ed and his team will continue to work with the councillors impacted to set those priorities, understand where there are risks, such as you've just stated, and organize them in priority order based on risk assessment, as you can see the way we assemble capital plans, and line them up. So the best way forward is just to make sure that we're where the councillors know the area best as a result of relationship with citizens. If there's something you think we're not aware of, please let us know. Otherwise, those roads have been brought in to our inventory. They are being traveled and conditioned like any other road in HRM. So they are part of the package. They fall into the priority scales, and then we knock them down along with all the other roads that we've got. So I think that's covered it. The only other one you may be referring to, you mentioned Rockcliffe explicitly. Rockcliffe, there is a final land transfer required. I had requested that land on behalf of the municipality be transferred at no cost back in 2021. It has not occurred. We have part of the land, not all the land. We reached out to the province. We understand that the reason we didn't get that other piece is survey is required. We will arrange, coordinate with them to have the survey complete and the land transferred as soon as possible. As with any other project, once the land assembly is in our hands, design will be done and the project will be scheduled. It currently is showing in the budget, I think, in 2027. I'm not sure. I think there's a $1 million allocation there. It's yet to be seen whether that would be near enough, but yes, that's the current plan for that one. All the other projects you mentioned, I think probably best to deal with offline, and we can give you updates. Thanks.
Thanks, Brad.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brad. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. So going to do, as you do sometimes, have to do a little bit of a history lesson on the forum for folks. First thing is, I would say to staff, I can't blame councillors, especially the new ones, for being skeptical of all this, because I think that when we got the presentation on the internal condition of the building, and what I'm talking about here is that behind the brick is this kind of terracotta structural support that is turning into powder, right? So we need to have that presentation perhaps at CPED. And I think there's so much information about the forum that doing it in one shot, a 20-minute staff presentation at council probably isn't going to work. I think we need to bring forward the material we've already had before we get the actual final report, so everybody's got the same information about the building condition. And then the second piece was the heritage registration. The building was registered as a heritage asset. before my time, and I think that was back in the old city of Halifax days, and it did barely score enough to be considered heritage at the time, but it is registered, and so now that puts us in a position of saying to, I don't know, should I say it, Dalhousie, your buildings are all going to get registered, but we're going to tear down the one that we have registered that we own. So there's an issue there that we have to think about. And then the final piece that's more contemporary, and I was there for that, is the strategic. I just lost. I forget what I just wrote down. Strategic Capital Funding Strategy from 2014. So the forum has been on the books as a potential future project going back to 2013-14. And that's when the CFO at the time, Greg Keefe, came in with a plan that we endorsed as council, where we raised taxes 1 cent, said we'd borrow up to $100 million and that we'd sell a bunch of land, most of which is on the peninsula, to create a $300 million fund to fund a bunch of things. And it has funded the Sportsplex renovation, the 4-pad in Dartmouth, and a bunch of other stuff. Theoretically, this fire station that we're talking about was part of that. We decided not to do the stadium. We decided at that point not to do a arts center. We talked about doing arts investments instead, which we've ended up doing at the cash flow, like the bus stop theater and Cobequid and that kind of thing. But my point is that if we're really going to get 25 to 35 million bucks from selling the land on the Yonge Street side, and if you look at St. Pat's High, St. Pat's Alex, and Bloomfield, the money to pay for this thing has arguably come entirely from selling land on the peninsula already, right? And that was the promise that was made at the time. And staff did come in and say, because the condition is so bad at the forum, you should do the forum before Dartmouth. But council in its wisdom said, you know what, we made a promise to Dartmouth, let's do it. So we did that. But the condition is so bad that what we're talking about here is potentially being in a place where we have, it would be like Cole Harbour Place or Sackville Sports Stadium one day, just not being able to open because the system has failed or it's been determined to be unsafe. It's a 100-year-old building. It needs a substantial investment. So the question before council, I think, is going to be, are we going to invest tens of millions of dollars in the old building, or are we going to invest tens of millions of dollars in a new building? I think that's where we're headed. We could close it. We could take all the municipal ice services off the peninsula, I suppose, if you guys think that's the right thing to do. But I think the 80,000 people and growing on the peninsula might have an issue with that. And to cancel out that it's not just the 2 ice services. It's the fact that the forum itself holds 5,000 people, which makes it unique outside of the Metro Center. So just to close, Mr. Chair, 6 to 8 because of COVID, you guys haven't really experienced this, but 6 to 8 high schools do their graduation. Right, Lockview comes into the forum, right? Bedford comes into the forum, and so it serves the entire community. It's got a farmers market in the summer. It has events in all 3 rooms. It has concerts. It has monster trucks. It has hockey. And then the final thing I just want to throw at you is, after the World Juniors, there's a real awareness that at some point we've got to renovate or replace the Metro Center. People for years, going back to when I was first elected, have talked about how it's important to maintain the capacity of the forum, both for when you do events. During the Junos, the Mooseheads played there last time. That's probably going to happen again this time. It needs to be, we're not building 2 ice surfaces. We're building an arena, and arenas cost $30, $40, $50,000 million. And we need that capacity. We need that seated capacity. And I actually previously had said what staff was proposing wasn't big enough, because it actually would make it 1,500 seats smaller than it is today. So there's a lot to balance here beyond just, is this the right way to have ice surfaces? But I'll point out also, just to close, that part of this whole rationalization of ice surfaces is we closed Devonshire Rink, right? We don't want to have a pool there. We're putting pool at Needham. We have a plan. We just need to continue to move forward on it slowly. So there's lots of ways that we can talk about this that maybe make it a little more palatable to council, but I think it starts with getting in front of council and showing them the condition of the building. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up on Way's point there, I wasn't going to speak to the forum, but we already did also close an ice surface on the peninsula, Devonshire. So we're already down one, and then Dalhousie closed theirs, Alumni Arena. Now St. Mary's did rebuild those, but the peninsula has 2 less ice surfaces now than it did a few years ago. And to the point that Councillor Outhit and Councillor Mason made about the forum, it's not just an ice surface. It's an arena. I think it's around 5,700 seats, and so we've already agreed to reduce that. But it is a venue, bit more than just an ice surface. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about the forum. My question, and I don't know if John McPherson or maybe Chief Steuben can speak to this, about fire and in the fleet section of the capital budget. I think it's G15. I'm just curious because there's not a whole lot of info in there. They do give, the vehicle breakdown, but normally we would spend about $3.8 million a year on fire fleet. And actually the heavy urban search and rescue is in a different category altogether. That's another pile of money somewhere else. But we're spending about $12.8 million. Now, I believe about $5 or $6 million of that is carry forward from last year. And there's, I think, $7 million new this year. So that's $12.8 million on fire fleet. What do we got? 9 engines, 2 tankers, 4 tactical support, 3 of which are rural tactical support, 1 support. What is, because it lists them, but it doesn't say why. What is the reason for the carry forward in this year being such a large amount for fire fleet replacement? In the order of 3 times what we would normally spend per year on fire fleet replacement.
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, understand the carry forward as a result of generally the supply chain issues that we're seeing across several industries and the long lead time to secure a fire apparatus, which is 18 to 24 months is what we're seeing. I will add that changes to the procurement policy, as Jerry's talked about recently, will allow us to cash flow these things differently so that we can put the money in the year where it's closer to be spent. So that's an improvement that we'll see, but at this point, that's the bulk of the carry forward.
And is there an answer? I saw the chief on there for a second. Is there an answer to just the high? Because even that 7 million, not carry forward, but 7 million this year, again, that's double what we would normally spend. So is there a particular reason why, this year and last year we're requiring to replace so much of the fire fleet? And also because we've been talking about the new West Bedford station, I don't know what the engine complement would be or the vehicle complement for that would be, but is that built into this long-term capital budget in those numbers as well as they flow out the next few years? Or would that be in addition to what we already see here?
We have the chief. Go ahead, Chief Steuben.
Thank you for your councillor question. Sorry, thank you for your question, councillor, through the chair to all of council. Certainly, my colleague John can comment on this as well. There's a couple factors why the price has gone up. One is there was a bubble of a bunch of purchases that kept getting pushed out, and they are coming to a head. The other 2 factors are the cost of the apparatus have significantly gone up, almost doubled in price in some cases, and certainly significant more time to acquire those apparatus. But the other factor that we'll be talking a little bit about is just the life cycle that our fleet is in. So we have many aging apparatus that are coming to a head, and that was validated by our last FUS evaluation, our fire underwriter survey that came and did a analysis of the state of our fleet, our fire service operations, our tanker shuttle certification capabilities. And we had many trucks that were beyond the life cycle requirements for that evaluation, which means they rate as a 0. I'll give a lot more detail on that in our regular budget update and business plans, but it's many factors. The cost of the apparatus has gone up. Many of them have hit the end of their life cycle, and we need to replace some of the ones that are beyond the FUS rating. And obviously, the older they get, the more pressure there is on fleet to be able to maintain them when they break down. So I can leave John to talk about your question about the Bedford Station, but in the briefing note we provided last year, we have a request for a new briefing note. I believe there was some money identified for the truck, but obviously that's out beyond this budget cycle.
So just to build on Chief Stubing's comments there, so yes, inflation does play a role. We try to keep the cash flow and planning as even as possible. So but this year we are seeing a blip for a variety of reasons. I'd have to defer to our Director of Fleet, who I'm not sure if he's on the call, but I know that there is planning in the capital budget here to make sure that any new apparatus are aligned with the West Bedford fire station coming online. I just can't comment on offhand if it's in that this year one or further out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Jerry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if Trevor's going to speak, but just to the West Bedford Fire Station. So part of the briefing note that will come back will give Budget Committee a line of sight on additional OCC in terms of staffing, building costs, etc., fleet apparatus, as well as debt servicing costs going into the future on that one. So that'll all come back to council. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby. You're muted.
Yes, sir. I just have to hit the button first. Anyway, I had a motion the other day in regards to the Sheet Harbor Rec Center and Fire Hall. Would the clerk still have that available on his laptop? I left all my paperwork and book on my desk at City Hall, so I'm hoping the clerk will still have that language we typed up the other day. My question is in regards to the timing in the budget book, is that this is way too late to wait this long for this facility to move forward. It's been announced back on October 7th, 2020, the funding for this project from the federal and provincial governments. We had a bit of a land delay, gone to an alternative site now. The official site is about to be announced. It's our own municipal property that we have in Sheet Harbor. So the land acquisition won't be a problem. Just need to do some geotechnical studies, I guess, whatever, geological studies, but we need to move on with this project. They have this delayed for another 3 or 4 years. It's just insurmountable. The community facility that we use, the Lions Center, has been now, this is the 6th winter of it being closed. By the time this project gets finished, according to this timeline, might be a decade of not having a full community facility for Sheet Harbor and the whole region of that far of the Eastern Shore. I'm asking that we could have at least look at advancing this capital project up by a couple of years to 24, 25, 25, 26. I realize the upcoming fiscal year, 23, 24, would be the time to finally make the final site announcement, get on the architectural engagement with the community and get the design work. So this current year could be all the paperwork that has to be done by the architect, the blueprints and tender documents, and get it ready for construction for 24, 25, 25, 26. And I ask for council support, at least for this motion to move forward. I believe I also forwarded some correspondence we received from the past Senator Tom McGuinness, and in regards to this, the community is quite anxious to see this project started, to see some signs of progress. I ask for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. The motion has been pasted into the chat in Zoom. If you wouldn't mind reading that, and then if we could get a seconder.
I move that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer prepare a briefing note to provide option to advance the funding of the capital project for the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center, aka the East Sheet Harbor Fire Station. Capital Project CB 210018 and the Sheet Harbor Rec Center, Capital Project CB 000080 on pages B56 and B57 to commence over the 24, 25, 25, 26 fiscal years instead of the current timeline in the capital budget book.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Kent has seconded that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And also need to point out in regards to the experience we're having right now in our construction industry, there's a lot of competition for the contractors, for sub-trades, and for supply chain issues, and construction is getting expanded and extended longer than anticipated. We also have a timeline in regards to the province has to submit any claims for payment under the program this funding was announced by December 31st of 2027. So I'd like to make sure that we have some, I guess you could say, enough time before we get to that deadline to ensure that the project is done hopefully on time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if Councillor Hensby could clarify. He's right. We've been talking about the lifestyle center for a long, long time. But could you bring me up to the current day on this center? At one point in time, we were talking about the library, and now I'm hearing fire station and community center. Could you just clarify that for me, David, please? I'm just trying to understand what components are.
That is correct. The lifestyle center will incorporate the library, our fitness center that we currently have in Muscat, down in Sheet Harbor, with the great community hall with the Lions Club and stuff. So that'll be all condensed into one facility, as well as the attachment of the fire hall. And now we also got a request from the Department of Natural Resources that they want to be included in the complex as well for their wildland fire brigade. So it'd be a great opportunity for us to collaborate with our levels of government of one facility coalesced at one site.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Would it make sense to request the input of the province or any funding that they might be able to provide as options?
They've already committed on the capital budget already. I believe $2.9 million, and the Fed's 3.6, if I remember the numbers correct. But there would also assign an agreement with the province, with the municipality for the leasing of the site for their firefighting capacity for the natural resources.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll support a request for a briefing note to see what some more detail on this comes back with. I mean, it has been going on a while. From what the councillor is saying, though, it also sounds like, unfortunately, although it's been going on a while, it sounds like we are nowhere close to actually being able to proceed at this stage either. So I'll support getting a briefing note so we can get some more details, but I'd be concerned that we're actually are anywhere close to being ready to go, and then what this would mean for other projects too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. We have no further speakers on this motion. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Seems like we are. Yep. Go ahead, Ian. It's over to you.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
Yes.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Outhet.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Absolutely affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
5, Deputy Mayor Austin.
In favor.
And 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. We are back on the main motion. The only speaker on the list is Councillor Mancini. Hey, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you. I just want to add another piece to the forum conversation, and thank you, Councillor Mason, for that review. And I agree with all that stuff. I'm still going back to the motion that we approve and the partnership piece. And, you know, I still have a question that were saying that there was nobody stepped up to the plate. And that, for me, it's not enough information. I like to know, I'm not expecting an answer here today. Maybe we have to go in, maybe I look to the CIO, maybe we can have an in-camera conversation about this at our next regional meeting. Can we have a conversation about who was approached and to have a conversation, a partnership, what developers, what was that conversation about, what did they like, what they didn't like? I'm not clear on that piece. I'm just really surprised to hear that of all our great developers in our municipality, that nobody came with any creative solution that would work for all parties involved. So, Madam CAO, is that possible to have that briefing and a conversation maybe at a future regional council meeting in camera?
Well, I'm a bit of a disadvantage because I don't know all the background on this one, but if council wants to have a conversation in camera on it or feels it's warranted, we certainly will. If there are any other HRM senior staff who wish to speak to this now, if it can be spoken of publicly, then you're welcome to do so.
And we see John McPherson. Go ahead, John.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So this goes back well over a year ago. We hired a consultant to go to the industry, both locally and nationally. So there's a decent representation from both. The results were summarized in a report back to us, which then flowed through into our subsequent council reports along the way as an update. But certainly, when we return, perhaps with our next report, there could certainly be an in-camera component if that's the wish of council.
And I do appreciate that, John. We could include that. I do remember that report, but my understanding of that report, the door wasn't closed. And so that's why I wanted to have a frank conversation about it. So if we could include that, that'd be great. Thank you very much, John. Do I still have time, Mr. Chair?
You have 2 and a bit minutes, yes, sir.
So that's the end on the form. I do want to talk about traffic pedestrian safety also, because it relates to our budget. And I believe we're coming to the end of our road safety plan. And I'm wondering, what's next in that process? Because I look at all the things we've done with road safety, and I think we should be quite proud of what we've accomplished. We've done a lot. Is there more to be done? Absolutely. And I look at things, where can we get the best bang for our buck when we come to safety? So there's road safety, there's pedestrian safety, there's crosswalk safety. No surprise, I'm a big fan of our investment in RRFBs. I think they're around $8 grand, $9 grand per unit. And if you're looking at $8,000 to $9,000, we see an immediate impact on our RFBs. And so, I was looking at the budget around traffic and pedestrian safety, thinking, okay, should we be taking from X to add more to RFBs, or having that? I'm trying to have that conversation with myself, which is always very, very lonely. But anyhow, maybe you could just speak to the road safety plan, where we are, what's that next generation of that plan look like? As much as you can share with us today, is that more focus on intersection, more focus RRPs? And the other piece of the equation here is, we really know, I personally feel, as soon as the province gives us a thumbs up on speed radars, being able to do that, we can reduce our budget on traffic calming in many ways. So I know it's a whole bunch of stuff there, but Brad or somebody from your team could speak to all of that. That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Sure. I'll take a swing at that, and you can let me know if I gave you enough of an answer. I'll be giving a more detailed answer as part of my business plan presentation on February 14th. So I'll keep it nice and short here and kind of keep it in the capital frame. So you're correct. We have moved a lot of bits and pieces, right? Trying to get as much low-hanging fruit into the streets as we possibly can. And we have reached 2023 is the kind of quote unquote end of the current road safety framework. However, as you can imagine, not unlike the urban forest management plan, we are moving on to the next iteration, and you will see that in my business plan to present to you on February 14th. in there, you can fully anticipate that we will be engaging council and we will be engaging advocates. We'll be standing up a committee that is also proposed in my budget, the committee of advocates and community reps that inform that next step. But in all likelihood, what the data is telling us, we've kind of reached the point of we need to get targeted, bottom line, and we need to refocus with council on exactly where your priorities are and try to narrow them in. Because essentially what we have now, we have a very big focus on speed reduction, right? And that is, interestingly enough, the areas that we're focusing in are not the areas where the collisions are occurring in many cases, i.e.
Right.
We don't have a lot of collisions in the residential neighborhoods. So not to say they couldn't happen or wouldn't happen, but we've done good work there. That isn't where they are happening. We've got to get in the intersections. That's bigger planning, bigger money. We're fully ready to go. We're maturing to that and getting ready to have that discussion with council about where those priorities lie going forward. There will have to be tough decisions made, but we're already well on our way to that. So to recap, moving on to the next iteration of the plan next year that we will present to you, work with the community and with council to determine and sort of narrow the priorities as to what's most important moving forward. And if at that time you wish to reallocate money or add money, that's exactly the discussion we'll be having. So hopefully that helped.
It does help, and thank you. And Mr. Chair, my time is up, so I do have a couple other questions if nobody else.
Yes, it is. You're at 7 minutes. There are 2 other people on the list.
Put me back on, please.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Othet.
Sorry, I was muted. I thought we were sort of winding down here, and I think we are. And I'm sure you're looking forward to that, Mr.
So did
Chair.
I.
And you've done a great job. I had this discussion on Wednesday with Kathy and Jerry and some others. Today we're going to be asked to pass a motion in the next little while. And we know that we still have questions. We have sent things to the BAL list, like sidewalks. We've sent things off to BAL list and staff reports, things like fire station, West Bedford, the library in the North End, the Eastern Shore Center, Life Center, etc. What I'm wondering, just for people watching and also for some of us, some of them around the table who might be new, when we pass this motion today, this sort of approves in principle, if you will, the capital budget, but this will come back, and if suddenly the tax increase is looking like 9 or 10%, or if something comes back and says, okay, this is urgent, that we need this for safety, this sidewalk or this fire station, etc., we may very well have to dig back into this capital budget. So I would like Jerry or Kathy just to, for clarity publicly here, exactly what we're proving today, what that means, and then what's going to come back and what could also happen as we dive further into this budget process. Because my takeaway from this is a step forward approval in principle, but not a done deal, if you will. If someone could just comment on that or straighten me out if I'm wrong.
I'm going to jump in and then ask Jerry to add to it if he has anything to add. So if you look at the report that's in your package on page 2, the motion has 4 parts to it. Yeah. And the first 2 parts are approving the base capital budget and the strategic initiatives capital budget. I think council could approve those as is. The items that you've put to the BAL will bring the information back on and then would be added subject to council approving the BAL report, the balance adjustment list, for anybody listening who may not be familiar with that term. Item 3, the capital reserve withdrawals, is one that can be approved today because you haven't removed any projects that are funded by those reserve withdrawals. And item 4, the schedule of the multi-year capital projects, that's one that you could approve today, and it would actually be very helpful to us because then we can go back and look at the impact on timing and cash flows from designating those projects as multi-year projects. And that will help us look at how we deal with some of the capital items, which are large, that have been put on the balance adjustment list. And you are correct, we will be lucky to hold the line at 8%. We may be trending towards 10% at this point, but we will bring back the options to explore the items that council has put forward on the balance adjustment list.
Kathy, just a quick clarification on a couple of things there. The balance list, the BAL list rather, could result in a change to what some of the things we're approving today, right? And secondly, the schedule of significant projects could also be adjusted though when we get some staff reports back. So to say 3 and 4, I was just a little not 100% comfortable with your comments when it comes to items 3 and 4, because I still think there's some things up for debate there that could influence other projects, or timelines, most certainly.
Well, that could be, but most of the items you've put on the adjustment list are additions. They're not reductions, so they would be add-ons, unless there is a feeling that depending upon what information comes back, you may then want to circle back to what's in the capital budget now and remove other items.
And that's what I'm saying. So we will have an opportunity to do that. So in my mind, Kathy, and this is not my expertise, we're sort of approving in principle today. Is that a fair comment? No, I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
I'm going to ask the CFO how he wants to handle this from a process perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy and Councillor, for your question. So with the final budget resolution, the total capital expenditures will be coming back as part of that expenditure. So you can approve what's in front of you today, but it's always subject to change. So if you approve the motions as they stand now, and then within the balance adjustment list, there's capital items in there that council approves to go forward as part of the capital plan. Obviously, the capital plan needs to be adjusted. So, final council resolution is usually like a 1.5 or 2 pager where we come back with all the rates and then we approve final capital expenditures there, just to kind of put a bow on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Just to clarify, though, the advanced capital, if that passes, would be going forward and sort of baked in at this point, rather than, so that's a done deal and would come out of it. The rest of it is, as Jerry and the CIO have said, is essentially a direction to continue to build a budget with the capital items as here. Perhaps Councillor would hit, it's not unfair to say it's approval in principle, but to Jerry's point, it can always be changed before we finalize the budget. It's just that it goes forward at this point with items on the side that you may want to reconsider specifically under the budget adjustment list.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Jerry. Yep, go ahead.
Just one thing, I'd want to point out, right, is with respect to the new procurement policy, things that are designated as multi-year projects, right, where like right now, if you prove that the funding is approved, those projects can advance to the tender stage. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
It wouldn't be a budget year if I don't bring up Ross Road. I see it on the operating reserve there, or the Ross Road listed for $300,000. Can I get clarification? Is that going to be enough to finally realize the acquisition of the corridor? I know there's been some money approved in the previous budget, but not enough, I believe, to cover the asking price. I believe there's been an offer to the property owner, just waiting a pending sale of agreement, but is there enough money now in the budget to acquire the corridor and start the design work? Because it's been long overdue. It seems like weekly we're having an accident at this intersection, and people in Eastern Shore are getting fed up in regards to how long it takes. So I'd like to know in regards to Ross Road, where that stands. And the other thing in the budget I noticed was the repaving of the 207 from the other end of Ross Road to the Robinson Brook Bridge. That was a tender that was called last year, but got canceled because of lateness of the season. And in regards to the special equipment necessary to rip up the pavement, the only contractor that had that gear, I believe, was from New Brunswick and not available to do it last season. So we're postponing to this year. But I also understood there might be an opportunity to finish the rest of the 207 from the Robinson Brook Bridge to the Mineville Road, which would be the full extent of the 207 that's been transferred to us from the province. This road is heavily traveled by not just residents, by tourists going to and from the beach. And it's also a very popular cycling route. But a lot of people don't take the rail to trail corridor to the beach. They usually take the highway because they're using their racing cycles and not their track bikes. So I want to make sure that the 207 highway, when it gets refurbished, it includes the bike lane. But I want to know in regards to this budget plan, is it just to the bridge, or are we going to the Mineville Road that had been suggested earlier this year when we canceled the first project?
Thank you. We saw Peter pop up a second ago. Do we have someone who can respond to Councillor Hensby's question? There we are. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can take the question, try to respond to the first question about the adequacy of the money that's being asked for. And while I haven't been managing the land acquisition, it's my understanding that that will cover the purchase cost, as well as the cost to survey and confirm the location of the corridor.
And what about the design work?
That will not be carried out for the amount of money that we've set aside. I can tell you that we will be carrying out the functional design of the Main Street corridor between Forest Hills Parkway and Ross Road. So we have that work programmed for this year under proposed capital account CT 220001. So that'll take us up all the way to the intersection, to the new intersection with Ross Road. So we'll do we do intend to do a functional design for the intersection this year.
And that would include, I'd assume that would include the connection to the Ross Road as well.
What that will not include is the actual design, like the plan and the profile of the realigned Ross Road and the shutting down the existing intersection. Like we'll have to turn the end of the existing Ross Road into a cul-de-sac, so that will not be covered. That'll have to be covered off in future years' budgets.
Or other options is to provide it as additional land, surplus land to the budding property owner, which we're buying the property from. All right, so curious about the 207 repaving consideration.
I'll have to turn that one over to Brad Anguish if he's still on the line.
Brad is here. We also see Ed, but we didn't hear Ed, even though you're not muted.
Yeah, we're looking for
Ed. Go ahead, Brad.
Sorry, we're just looking for Ed to take it away here.
Go ahead, Ed.
Hi.
We can hear you. You're faint, but if you could speak up or move closer.
Sure. It's Brett, Director of Project Planning and Asset Management.
How are we doing, Council, with hearing Ed Surratt?
Hearing him well.
I'm
Cut
not hearing him well at all.
Cut the video, maybe improve the audio.
Looks better that way too.
You're looking good in the shirt and tie, though, Ed, I have to say.
Can you hear me now, everybody?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Again, Ed Surratt, Director of Project Planning. Answer the councillors through you, Chair, to the councillor. The 207, as the councillor mentioned, planned for 22 as a partial depth reclamation project. We then pushed it to 23 due to some design concerns and contractor availability and such.
I'm going to interrupt again. How are we doing with being able to hear Ed? I'm having a really hard time.
Yeah.
Keeps going
Yeah,
in.
I'm seeing thumbs down and. Yep.
Okay, yeah, okay. We'll give one more try with Ed, and then we can probably follow up with Councillor Hensby online. There's no direct impact, I don't believe, but.
Yeah, so due to some of the design challenges, we decided to leave the limits as they were. So it'll be a two-phase project with the first phase completed in 2023 and the next phase in 2024.
My understanding we canceled and carried over this year to this year, and hopefully taking the opportunities for economies of scale of having that equipment there from one contractor from out of province normally to come here once to scrape up the road instead of trying to do it over 2 years.
Yeah, I think with some of the design challenges and concerns with potential drainage and that, the thought was let's keep the limits to kind of a more reasonable amount. So therefore kind of splitting the project in two.
Councillor Hens, is that something that you can follow up with Ed and Brad a little bit later on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary, go ahead.
I wasn't going to come back, but when Councillor Outfit was asking his question around approval in principle, I just want to be clear procedurally, so this may require a solicitor to hop on, but if we vote, because the motions are to approve the 2023-24 budget, strategic initiatives, or capital budget, strategic initiatives, the schedule for withdrawals of reserves, et cetera. If we decide to change our mind at a later meeting, would a motion of rescission be required? Of course, that requires 2/3 vote. So because we're voting on this, if we vote in the affirmative and say we're approving the capital budget for this year, would that not require rescission and therefore 2/3 to change our mind at a later meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean,
you're trying to move stuff forward and along.
Right. And so, I mean, you know, we're not tentatively approving this. We are approving it. If we change our mind, whoever wants to change their mind, it's a bigger hill to climb out back from. If you say, well, let's not spend that money, you got to get 10 or more of us to agree with you. So, you know, just bear that in mind. We are approving it. If we want to change our mind, you know, 2/3. Thanks.
I'm going to continue on where Councillor Cleary was for just a second. We as Budget Committee are approving it. If we as Budget Committee want to change it, then we can. But what we are approving is a recommendation to Regional Council. And then, although we normally have a single vote at Regional Council, we can, would it require 2/3 at that point? I'm not sure that it would. John, if you could correct me, or?
I'm gonna have to go back and check the rules. I know from committee of the whole that you approve it and it's not open for further debate. I can't recall what we did with the rules for this. If you want to give me a minute, I'll have to check that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cleary, are you comfortable if we move ahead?
Yes, that was I just wanted some clarification from our solicitor.
Great, thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you. And this is exactly what I'm trying to avoid and why I had this discussion with staff and why I brought this up. I am not, and I don't think many of us would be, ready to approve this past the point of having to have a reconsideration with 2/3 of the vote till we get back some of these answers. I mean, Pam has brought forward a motion trying to move forward the fire station sooner. That will have financial implications. If the tax increase that we start talking about down the road is up at 8, 9, 10, 11%, then of course we're going to have to go back and look at this, because I don't think many of us or any of us want an 8, 9, 10, or 11% tax increase. And then you can go down to, we haven't decided whether we want to do what's on the ballot list and what impact that would have. Is the the money that Catherine mentioned for sidewalks. Is that going to be in debt, 50-50, whatever? There is no way that we should approve this anything more than in principle today till we have all the answers that we need and see what the final outcome will look like. And that is, I thought, what I heard from the CAO and from the CFO, that there was still time to go back and tweak this without having to say, well, we already passed this, it's in the motion, we got 2/3 to rescind. No, that's nonsense. This is an ongoing thing, and a capital impacts the overall tax rate. And as you said, Mr. Chair, this is still at the committee level or the CAL level. So we need some pretty serious, we need some pretty serious clarification on this, because I don't think we should be passing this today, if that's the case.
Thank you, Councillor Oakett. John, are we ready, or can we move ahead with Councillor Mancini?
I need a few minutes. I'm trying to, just going back to exactly what the motion is that's on the floor, because I know that in respect of the advanced capital, certainly the intent is to move that forward. Now, Jerry, can you remind me, was our intent to move this capital budget forward to council directly, or to wait until we finalize the entirety of the budget?
Thanks, John. Yeah, this is about moving the budget process along. So same as with the advanced tender process. My understanding is, like, in the final resolution that will come forward for council, any ballot items that are to be included, or anything that if they wanted to make an adjustment, we come forward at the end with approve operating expenditures at this amount and approve a capital budget of expenditures totaling X amount of dollars, right? So that comes back for a final resolution.
Right.
And that would be a normal majority vote then, Jerry, not a rescind and 2/3 or reconsiderations and all this sort of thing.
If the motion's passed today and budget committee wishes to change them, it requires a 2/3 vote. Once it goes from here on a recommendation to council, it's then, and I'm just checking this now, generally speaking, except for budget as a whole, it's up to council to then, make a decision. But I just a second, hold on. What do we got there, Ian? My Teams isn't working great. There it is.
Mr. Chair, I can go ahead with mine very quickly while they're figuring that out.
Yeah.
Dead air.
I think that's how we proceed. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini. We will come back to John.
I do have the answer when you're ready.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
You have the answer at this point?
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
So on motion from the committee of the whole on budget, the committee's terms of reference. No, it would be open to council to then, basically change it, or, the process at that time really would be to send it back to the committee of the whole or committee of the whole on budget to rework. I mean, generally speaking, you're making some decisions, and you should consider doing it, at least with a 2/3 majority if you're going to change your mind on those decisions. That's essentially the way the rules are worked out. But it's council's budget, and you are able to decide it in its entirety right up to the end, with the exception of advanced capital. Once you start committing in terms of putting tenders out, you can't rescind something that an action's already been taken on that you can't undo.
And John, and Chair, I'll try and be very quick here. I understand that when it comes to advanced tendering, I have no problem with that. But to say you need a 2/3 vote to rescind a budget decision, a recommendation on a budget that's still only half baked, that we're still going through, does not make sense to me.
If budget committee makes a decision, votes on a matter that says, here's our capital budget, that's not binding on council once the recommendation goes forward to council. But if this committee, budget committee, wishes to change that, that's a rescission. That's a 2/3 change at this point. Doesn't
Then
matter where you are.
So then I think I will be moving to defer a decision till we have a discussion on the BAL report, briefing notes, and the staff reports that we're looking for. So we don't have to, and hopefully we can defer all but the advanced tendering, because this is not what I was led to expect.
Your BAL items that you have will, because you've already set them aside and said we will come back to them, even though they are capital, will not require a 2/3 vote. You can.
No, I understand that, but they may require us going back into the capital budget to say, then we're going to take this out, reduce that, or replace this, or increase taxes by adding this.
If it's something other than what's on the BAL list, yes.
Yeah. So I don't know how we can approve this today. Sorry, Chair.
Can I interrupt? Thank you very much. Go ahead, CAO.
Yes, I was going to say that two things. One is staff do need some clear direction. The finance staff needs some clear direction to help them to proceed. And item 4 in the recommendations, the designating the multi-year capital projects is particularly important to help us go forward and try to model how we can finance and accommodate some of those items that have been added to the budget adjustment list. So my question to John, the solicitor, to see if it will help us move forward with this, could we amend the motion to say that council is approving this draft base capital budget, draft strategic initiatives capital budget, and then those following 2 motions that fall out of it, and move forward that way? That way finance staff have clear direction to go do the rework that they need to do to bring back.
I don't think it works, Madam CAO. If it's simply as a draft, then it's not actionable. Would it help if we were to split the motion in terms of dealing with the multi-year capital projects item number 4, have that passed, and if the committee wishes, they can defer on some or all of the other items?
I believe addressing it separately might help. I believe item 4 is probably the most important at this point. Can you confirm that, CFO, whether that is the case?
Well, obviously, the base capital budget is the biggest piece of the budget, certainly. But we will work with what council wants to do here. I think if they wanted to break it up and approve it that way, that's fine. But obviously it would be good to get direction on the base capital budget this time, as well as the multi-year projects.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry and John and CAO and Councillor Outfit. I'm going to go back to the list. Councillor Mancini, you are next, and then Councillor Cleary.
Chair, I think John had something to say there.
I'm sorry. If I was on mute, I'm going to go back to the main list. Councillor Mancini, you are next, and then Councillor Cleary.
Councillor, if I may.
Oh, John, I didn't see you there with your hand. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it may be helpful, Jerry, if you can confirm, because I don't have it open in front of me, the advanced tendering, advanced capital list, is that not a schedule in the base capital budget that could potentially be broken out if there's a desire to move forward on that? Where exactly is that? I know that the multi-year capital projects are in item 4, but you may wish to have them get a direction now to go ahead with the advanced capital tendering, which I think is in item 1 somewhere.
Thought that had already happened.
Yeah, the council has already approved a schedule of advanced tenders.
All right, we're good.
That was done back in December.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you. Very quickly to finish off my conversation with Brad about traffic, pedestrian safety. And, he's right. I think more conversation is going to happen on February 14th when he presents his business plan. But, we talked about where we've made impact from a road safety perspective. It's still the question mark I have is the arterial and major collectors and how we're limited in what we can do on those types of roads. And that's probably where I get most of my complaints from residents is on those roads. And so, again, I'm not sure if it's a direct impact here on our budget conversation. I suspect it's going to be more when we get to February 14th and that next generation of the road safety plan. So that's just a statement. Just quickly, the last time I have, and you'll all be happy, I'll shut up after that, is with regard to the flyover project was brought up by a couple people today. And I'm just trying to understand where we are in that. When I look at the budget book, and I want to make sure I'm looking at the right place, I'm looking at capital projects E28. So there's just under $4 million this year. Is that correct for that particular project? And can just someone confirm I'm looking at the right thing?
Yeah, sorry. Can I get the page reference again?
Oh, E28.
E28. Oh, sorry. I thought you said B. That's apologize.
No, it's good.
Correct. Yeah. And as far as the flyover, we're getting ready to launch the value engineering as directed by council to look at all options for that approach and working closely with stakeholders such as the Bridge Commission.
Great. So yeah, you're at the tendering process now, but we may, in fact, it's possible that we make out of this, Brad, see something different as a design. Is that true?
Correct.
Yep. Good. Thank you, Brad, and thanks for all your work on your team, Mr. Chair. I think I will stop talking. You'll all be happy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Just for clarity, you did not put a motion on the floor, so we are moving ahead with the list that I have in front of me. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Just want to see if I can wrap up that discussion we were having earlier about process. So colleagues, as long as I've been on council, we've always done capital first. We've approved capital, then we move to the department by department operating budget. This year's no different than any other year in that respect. And so I don't think, based on the direction we need to give staff, that we would want to delay, that we would want to defer, that we would want to give tentative direction. If we are in dire circumstances or the numbers come back and we're all just off of our seats, I can't imagine whatever changes necessary won't be unanimous, not just 2/3. And so I'm not concerned about, locking ourselves in here. In the discussion we've had, there's been a reticence, what might be the most, euphemistic term, to cut anything. And so, if things get really bad when the numbers come back, and the CAO has said several times, we might be heading towards 10 or 11%. Again, I'm confident in all of you that will be the time when we have to look seriously at, removing something, deferring a bunch of things, extending things out further. But in the meantime, we need to give staff clear direction. And so I'm ready to approve what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace. Oh, I see Jerry. Go ahead, Jerry.
Just a clarification. I don't know if this helps at all, but last year right? As Councilor Cleary said, right? Capital budget was approved as per normal process, as per past years. There were some capital items on the ballot. Those items were then added back in. So we had, I think it was the sidewalk capital piece, as well as the capital for Parks and Rec. So that was added back in and came back to council on final resolution. So just wanted to point that out, that that was what happened last year. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jerry. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question about dispatch and IES and the expenditures with regards to the intelligent dispatch. If we still have the chief on the phone, on the line here. If we do, maybe not. I'm just trying to understand the connection and whether or not this upgrading of these really old 15-year-old system compared, you know, considering how much technology has actually changed in the last decade. So I just need to understand whether or not that IES dispatch is connected with Coast Guard, because what we're hearing in the rural areas, especially for fisheries, is that we're having a hard time connecting Coast Guard and getting communications, adequate communication. So I'm wondering if this upgrade is going to assist in connecting the communications, critical communications between Coast Guard, HRFE, and the IES dispatch.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Ken Stubing, the Executive Director and Fire Chief for Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency. I will share some details on what exactly the intelligent dispatching is for. But quite honestly, I'm not an expert in that field. But the intelligent dispatching project is actually to have the computer-aided dispatch, the CAD at the IES dispatch center, actually connect to the automatic vehicle locators, or AVLs, that is in each one of our trucks. Currently, it can't see those trucks and therefore does not consider what the closest asset is to a call before it dispatches units to a call. So because of that, it dispatches calls based on station locations that are programmed into the CAD. So as we get busier, and we are getting busier, our calls have gone up thousands of calls. And as vehicles are either coming back from a call or out doing a community risk reduction initiative, like fire service inspections that we're doing with our in-duty crews, or out doing public education or at community events, or, you know, out doing some area familiarization, the CAD does not see that the vehicle is actually out of the station. So it might think it's in, well, it will think it's in the station if it says it's available, and it will dispatch it based on proximity to the call to the station and not where an apparatus is. So conceivably, you're not sending the closest asset to the call, and our data might say we need more resources when in fact we might not if we were dispatching the closest unit to the call. So it is not about what you're asking about. That would be a question more appropriately asked from IES and police about their CAD and what its capabilities are. They certainly have the ability to connect people, but next generation 911 and the changes for the CAD that are supposed to come into effect will help some of that, but I'm not the person to ask that question to.
Oh, no, but you popped up. So that's great. Thank you. And I know that you've got a quality assurance program coming on board. I think our biggest concern is how do we make sure that we're connecting with the folks that are on the water? And yeah, I think that's just something I'm going to keep digging into. Chief Kinsella, is he on the phone? Is he on the line here? No, he's not. I'll take it offline, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief Stubing. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. Go ahead, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. Since I left my budget book on the desk at City Hall, it had a bunch of notes throughout it, so I'm going to try to do things from memory. I had some questions about the various IT stuff, and you're probably more astute in the technical stuff than I am. And there's some questions in there. I was kind of wondering about some of the IT matters with regards to how up to date is our computer software, how even our hardware stuff in all the various systems. Like there's so many IT projects in there. I was getting lost in the maze of them. So I wasn't sure in regards to in the future budgets. Can we go like when we do the capital budget, go by department so jumping all over the map and various times? That way we may have more of a systematic approach to the budget, especially the capital budgets, have better appreciation, understanding of these things. And also that perhaps in the future, after this budget gets done, perhaps we should go back to some of our committee of the whole discussions about future budget directions or philosophy of the department, aspirations and goals, because we used to do them in the past, like workshops, but then that got technically, kibosh because they said they were technically legal meetings of council, but we got to get back to some kind of dialogue and philosophy of council with the implementation of a municipal plan in regards to all the various departments. Like I'm just finding this process getting a little convoluted at times, and I've been around the longest of all you guys budget processes, and it's been getting better, but there's some things we got to go back and revisit and how to have a better dialogue, a better appreciation of all the finer details in this budget document.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. David Thorpe, you are with us, so I'm going to hand the floor to you for a minute.
Hi. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Yes, we do update our systems on a regular basis. It's a focus that we have. We do have budget dollars set for that, both in our operating budgets and as well, you'll see some of our like application recapitalization and infrastructure recapitalization capital pieces, and that's what those fundings are for.
And so I assume, I think I asked the question last time about all the licensing and trademark, whatever you want to call it, things we got to pay for upgrading or I don't know, the latest 0.5 or 0.7, 0.9, whatever it is, or 2.0 or 10.0. Like I still got an iPad 7 for a phone, and everybody else is probably on 10 to 15 by now. So I'm just kind of curious in regards to, are we keeping up with all the licensing agreements and all the other stuff? And what is that costing us to try to keep up with those agreements?
Okay, again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So phones and the infrastructure are a little bit different. Phones are actually handled by individual business units. So they handle the expense and the upgrading of those on whatever rate they choose to. The infrastructure pieces and the software pieces, yes, we definitely do keep those up to date at recommended levels for the vendors. And those vary in costs depending on the size of the system.
And my last comment, I've noticed, so we're getting rid of most of our landlines. I'm kind of curious when I try to contact some staff that I have in my database, my phone, I got the old 490 number. Those no longer in service. I had to find cell numbers and stuff. So I'm just kind of curious, are we getting from landline technology, getting rid of all that stuff and just going with cell phones with everybody?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Yes, in varying amounts. There are definitely, most business units have done away with having an actual desktop phone sitting on their desk and predominantly use their cell phones. There are other areas where if it's a shared phone by more than one individual, obviously that still requires having that. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Thank you, David. Go ahead, Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry that I'm beating a dead horse here when this has been a very good process, but I'm still struggling with some things here. During this process, Pam brought out a concern about a fire station that can't wait, and she's waiting to hear back, and I support her. She's waiting to hear back on that. Lindell brought forward a concern about a library. The chief librarian brought forward a concern that 87% of her capital budget was cut. I've brought forward a concern that we're hopefully going to be building a ferry terminal that will have a shell for a library and nothing to put inside the shell. So we all asked for reports, and then several people asked to put things to the BAL list as well. I'll use Catherine's example of the sidewalks. If these reports come back and say, you know, too bad out that we've got lots of time yet on the ferry terminal, we can wait on that. But Lindell is right, the place is falling down. We have to move that budget. We've got to put more money in. We've got to move it forward a couple of years. They come back and they say the chief has met with everybody. And yes, it can be scaled back and we need to build a $10 million station next year. Or no, we can't scale it back and we need to buy and build a $40 million HQ and fire station for safety. And safety has been the number one issue we've talked about through this whole process. When these come back, I want to know how, if appropriate, we debate these being added into this capital budget without us having to rescind this in 2/3 votes, et cetera, because in my opinion, on several important things to Liddell, Tim, Pam, whoever, we do not yet have the information back that we need to vote on this budget. If we do vote on this budget for the spirit of continuing to move along the process, I want to know what we do with the new information when it arrives, and it could impact taxes. It could impact scheduling of projects. It could impact how much we spend on certain projects. I do not see how we can, it's completely past this, it's finally past this today, as I think some think we can, and actually have to go and rescind it, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm still struggling with this, and I want those three examples to be addressed. One from me, one from Lindell, and one from Pam.
I'll take a first shot, perhaps from the financial perspective with Jerry, and then ask John Traves to weigh in on the legal perspective. And I think we may have come back around full circle to some extent in the discussion in terms of how we move forward. The multi-year designation for some of the capital projects, if that's approved, we will be then adjusting the timing of some of those projects within the capital budget. And that will create a little bit of capacity that may give us ways to put forward options to accommodate some of the items that have been put onto the balance adjustment list. But council is likely still going to have to make choices, because we're not going to be able to achieve everything within the time frame that council wants without either looking at the tax rate or without looking at the debt service restrictions that we currently have in place. So right now, we're still operating under the direction that council provided prior to Christmas to reduce the increase in tax burden to 4%. That direction may need to be revisited, but I believe that would be with the operating budget discussion.
Thank you, Kathy. So the balance adjustment list process, okay, that is for exactly things that you just identified, Councillor Outhit. Now, in the past, I would say most of things that went to the BAL were of an operating nature, okay? I gave an example last year. The capital budget was passed. Through the budget presentations, I think there were some other capital items that were brought forward for briefing notes. Okay, those briefing notes were approved to be included into the budget and funded. Staff funded them, and then they were included in the final capital budget, and the final resolution came forward. Okay. You mentioned fire station, Mill Cove Library, Halifax North Library. They all have briefing notes coming forward. Okay, so I did clarify earlier, I think there were some questions about the fire station. That briefing note will have financial implications with respect to how it impacts the capital budget in terms of funding. We will have operating cost of capital impacts in that briefing note, as well as impacts the debt servicing costs. So you will have all the information you need to make a decision, and council, to inform a good debate. Should council give direction for staff to go forward and fund these, what council has to understand is do we then have to open up the debt policy to do those? Do we have to take on more taxes, or do we go back and cut projects or defer projects, right? And I'll let John speak to that. If you want to go back to the capital plan, if you pass today to make adjustments, do you need the 2/3 rescind? So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
So to Councillor Outhit's question is actually quite helpful as an example. If you are being asked to approve the base capital budget, that's the starting point and a floor. For those items that you've just mentioned, which are not specifically addressed there and are pending, they can be added. There's been no decision not to add them into the base budget this time. There's no rescission if that comes to pass down the road. In the same way that any of the items that were moved to the BOW have not yet been decided, that's not a rescission. If, on the other hand, there is something in the base capital budget when it's all said and done that you, in the future of meetings of this budget committee, you wish to change, that would be a 2/3 vote. But for all these items that you've discussed now, no decision's been taken. It's only rescission if there's been a decision taken on it. All this does is set a base. That's why it's the base capital budget. It's a starting point, and it allows staff to go ahead and start proceeding on your direction. So, and when you come to the second item, the strategic initiatives capital budget, it's the same thing. If you haven't made a decision to add something in there, or if you put something in the BOW for a future decision, that's not a rescission. But for the items that are specifically set out in strategic initiatives capital budget, and you then subsequently need to change your mind because you're unhappy with the tax rate or something else, then yes, that takes a little bit of a lift. You'll need a vote of rescission to change something you've decided. So I hope that helps clarify.
It helps very much when it comes to my situation with those 3 examples that I gave, and thank you all very much for that. And I'm feeling better about that. I guess what's unfortunate though, if we get to the level that 4% becomes 8%, becomes 10 or 11%, that we would have to do a rescind of this rather than just going on in the spirit of the overall budget, which includes both operating and capital, to say we have to look at both of these to bring it into line. But if that happens, Sean is right, we probably would make a logical decision. My main concern was I did not want these 3 items to come back, and I don't think Pam or Lindell would as well, and say, well, too bad, so sad, we've passed the capital budget, and now we're going to have to rescind it by 2/3 to even debate adding this.
You're safe there. It's only the base capital. It's a starting point and allows staff to get going on the matters that, if you're comfortable with that. And that's not to say if something hasn't been tendered or already purchased that, and council really needs to, it can make those changes as it should.
All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Kathy and Jerry and John and everybody else from staff for all of the information that you have provided today. Thank you, councillors, for all of the valuable questions that you've asked. We have no further speakers on the list, and so it would seem that we are ready for the question on the motion. The question has been called. Ian, it is over to you.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Diggle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Henry.
Affirmative.
5, Deputy Mayor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I think you missed me.
Councillor Kent.
Best
In
for last.
In favor.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, everybody. That motion obviously passes. Moving ahead with the agenda, we only have adjournment left to go. So if I could have a motion to adjourn, please. From Councillor Kent, we stand adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you next week.
All right.